Good evening, everyone. It's Monday, August 10, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me tonight for the first of what will be some special sessions this week, playing through a fan-made case, two fan-made cases for New York Noir, written by, I say fan-made case, but really there are no official cases for New York Noir. They are only the cases created by authors. And today we are playing the second of a trilogy of cases written by our very own Anna, who is in the chat. Let's just check in with the chat. So Anna has a long history on this channel. She is one of our top detectives. We have had, over the 5 years of this channel, we have had many sessions where we all doubted Anna's prediction of who she thought the killer would be, and more often than not, Anna is correct. And I started designing the game New York Noir about almost 4 years ago, and Anna is a historian, a professor in Hungary. And at some point, Anna decided to write a case, and before you know it, she had written 3 cases, a trilogy of cases, the last one rivaling my super long case. And all of the playthroughs we have done of New York Noir cases have been fascinating and wonderful experiences. They've all been very different. They all have their own unique style. Everyone who's written a case so far, including myself, we are all amateurs. We are figuring this out as we go. And one of the most enjoyable things is to play these cases written in different tones, with different perspectives, with different mechanical ideas, and to look at when they work, when they don't work, and try to offer constructive criticism. In general, on this channel, I try to offer constructive criticism. Sometimes that comes across as a little bit harsh. And I think sometimes I label these videos on YouTube as playtests, and that's to help get us all in the right frame of mind that our job here isn't to say things are great when they're not great, but when we're doing these playtests, we are going to try to be maybe a little more constructive than we normally would be. Fortunately, we haven't had to do much shading as we play the fan cases because they're always enjoyable. It's a wonderful experience to play a case. There's also something very special about playing something on the channel that has never been played anywhere else before. A handful of people on the planet Earth in the 21st century have looked at this case that we're going to play today, and we are going to be the first to record to memorialize a playthrough of it. So that's what we're doing today. Now, I expect this case, case number 2 of the Collector Trilogy, will take us 2 days to play. And then what we're going to do is play the third case this week. I think ideally we'd take off Wednesday and then play case 3, maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I think it's going to take us at least 3 sessions, possibly 4, says Anna. And not the best timing, I know, for YouTube. If people want to join, Monday night at 1 a.m. is not the ideal time to join in for a live stream. However, you can watch it after the fact. You don't need to join this live. And now is when Anna is available to play it and when I'm available to play it. So we're going to play it this week, whether it's the best timing for the rest of you or not. I do hope some of you can join for this, and I see we've got some of the regulars here, including a bunch of previous authors, Jonathan Warner and Lux Sum. The case by Lux Sum, Death by Design, was the most recent case we played. That set a bar that I think any future case, including mine, is going to have a very hard time reaching. But we're not comparing cases here. We are trying to enjoy each one. Okay, Anna says, my suggestion for the recap, use the online version. There were a couple small interests. So I'm going to talk about the recap and where to play this case, all that in a moment. Okay, so before we get into where case number 2 fits in the trilogy, I want to talk a little bit about updates to New York Noir and how we're going to play today's case. So for the last few playthroughs on the channel, that includes Jonathan Warner's case, Wet Uncongenial Summer, and Lux's case, Death by Design, we have played them using the new online tools. And those tools have gotten quite good, and it turns out to be a very convenient way to play a case. I don't have to juggle around 6 different directories. It keeps a log of everything. We can search for stuff. We don't have to find each page. But it does, in a way, feel like cheating. The game was designed to be played on paper. Most of the people who like this kind of game want to get away from tablets. So I'm of a little bit of 2 minds. The online way is more convenient, and it's more convenient especially for streaming, because I can bring it up on the screen side by side and the text is large, whereas when we read it off paper, I have to zoom in, try to avoid spoilers, and manage reading it off paper on screen. So I'm not sure how we're going to play this case today. I think we'll start by trying to play it on paper, and it'll be a little like we're stress testing the online tools in the last couple playthroughs. Now I think maybe we'll stress test the paper version. One of the reasons we haven't been playing with paper is because I've done major improvements to the directories over the last 6-7 months, and I hadn't printed out a full new set of directories and maps, but I did prior to Gen Con, and I brought the new version to Gen Con, which is what I have in this box. So we now have newly printed directories. We're going to try to use them for this case. Now, that brings me to the second little caveat here, which is that this case was written by Anna over a year ago. Did Anna tell us how long ago it was? It was more than a year ago, 2.5 years. Okay. So Anna wrote these cases, started writing these cases 2 years ago with a very old version of the directory, an old world. And in the intervening 2 years, a lot has happened to the New York Noir directories and system and rules and all that. And so, in a way, we are going back in time a couple of years. Now, if all goes well, as the world got rebuilt and repopulated and new directories got printed and cleaned up, all of the places used in Anna's cases migrated over, if all went well. And if all went well with the tools that I've written to help identify issues. But I always do have a concern that I have broken something. So that's why we're going to remind ourselves to treat this like a playtest. If we run into problems, we will roll with them and we won't let ourselves get frustrated. All right. Now, before we break out the boxes and talk about recapping, let me just show you a little bit. I'm going to do a New York Noir design diary soon, but I do want to show you a couple of new things that you might not have seen with the New York Noir website. That's not going to be useful, is it? That's not what we want, is it? Where is our... You need to see the screen. Let's see if I can get it to come up. I mean, if I can't get the screen to come up, we're in trouble. But we will get it to come up. But let's see. How about... this? Well, we can always fix things on the break, but this is going to make life a little more difficult for me to explain my stuff. Well, I could bring it up on the tablet if I had to. For now, it's just a lot easier to use that. Let's see if this does it. If this doesn't work, that's okay. We'll fix it during the first break. Let's see if I can close this and get it to come up. All right, it may just be the connection to this monitor. Where is my... other thing? Let's see if this does anything. Okay, so there's that. Let's see if I can get this to come up now. How about that? Okay, it definitely does not want to show that. Why would that be? Well, tell you what we'll do. We'll use the tablet to finish what I was saying, and then we'll take an early break, and I'll see if I can't fix it during the break. But for now, let me show you what I wanted to show you on the tablet here. So the New York Noir website got a major update. Here it is. Not the best view on this. Can I turn it this way? That's a little bit closer to what you'd see on your computer. So here's the New York Noir website. I do want to show you the games we're playing because you can play them on your own, either along with this video or before you watch this video. Here's the new homepage for New York Noir with a little section of featured cases. You can see my 3 cases, and then there is case 1 of the collector, which we played in May of 2025. So we're going to have to refresh ourselves on this case, but let me just show you some other stuff. You've got some updates. You've got some links to Board Game Geek forum posts and a little footer. So I've tried to make the website look a little better recently. And one of the things that got recently added was this nice contributors page. And you can see there's Anna and a bunch of people that are in the chat here, various authors and contributors who've been helping with stuff. So if we go back and a little statistics page of games and stuff, I'll go into all this in detail at the next update. But let me just show you the games page here. And so here you see the collector case 1, 2, and 3. And today we are playing case 2. And then later in the week, we'll play case 3, and we've already played case 1. So if you wanted to play case 1, for example, if you haven't played case 1, you don't want to watch today's stream until you play the first one, you could watch our playthrough online. But you could also go ahead and click this, and here is case 1. And you can download a PDF of it or play it using the online tools. And then there's a download of all the directories and stuff. If you wanted to play it completely online, you could just click this play button here. And here you'll see that there is the case. Easier to read it this way, perhaps. And you can search the white pages here. Everything you can do online, including searching the directories. And here is the online map. Very hard to see it on the tablet here, but there's the online map. So everything can be played online, and in some ways it's easier. Okay, so I showed you how you could download and play this case or the previous case completely online. I've shown you a little bit of a tour of what the new website looks like. If after watching this you feel like you want to author your own case, we'd love to have you, and there are tools and tutorials for doing so. All right, let me check in with the chat, and then we will talk a little bit about a recap of case number 1, and then we'll take a little break before we actually get started, but it's going to take a little bit to recap. Anything else to mention here before I get started? The online version has the campaign points. Does it, Anna? I skimmed through the online version and I didn't see any new campaign points. So I have the printout of case 1 that we played in May, and Anna has made some changes to it over the years. Here is the new case. You can see, if you want to compare the size, you can see the second one is definitely bigger. I'm going to do a recap, but I want to give a spoiler warning before I do. But is there anything else to chat about? Jonathan says, playtesting with the physical directories is a good idea. Well, let's actually, before we recap, let's actually break out the actual physical documents that we need. Okay, so we don't need this. We do have the rule book. I think I know the rule book well enough that we don't need the rule book. There's our intro case. Okay, so here's our map atlas. We'll need that. Our white pages, our reverse directory, and our yellow pages. We won't need the fingerprint directory or the criminal history directory for this case, and we won't need the contact cards from high and low for this case. So let me put the rest away. All right, and we will also be using, if we need it, this new 3D printed clock to help us keep track of what time it is. I actually have a bigger one, but that's easier to use, but this takes up less table space. Okay, so we'll have to spread these out and use them as we play. I'll put them over here for now. All right, so let's do, Anna's case does use time, so yes, we will be using the clock for Anna's case. And now let's talk about a little recap of case one. So I'm going to be giving some spoilers for case one. So if you didn't join me for case one, which you can watch on YouTube or play by yourself, you might want to leave now. If you listen to my recap, I'm going to be spoiling details of case one. So there's your warning. Okay, so let's talk about case one. I guess I'm going to do it. I could do it from, we could bring it up here. Let's see if we just, Anna says there's changes, so let's see if I bring it up here. It's going to download it. Okay. What is going on with this tablet situation? What am I supposed to do about this nonsense? Okay, so let's talk about, we can do it this way. All right, so here are your spoilers. Everyone has left who doesn't want spoilers for case one. We could read the introduction, but essentially, our name is Lucas. We're a detective, a police officer, and we have a rookie named Brooke, who has been attacked and put into the hospital. And the nature of this case revolved around the theft of paintings, local paintings in a Greenwich Village art gallery. And we got sent to investigate what happened to our rookie partner. And in the process, we got caught up in this art robbery. And when we investigate what's happened to Brooke, he was sort of hit on the back of his head, ended up in the hospital. We pieced together the backstory here of this rookie who's been trying to impress us by solving a case. And Anna is going to, oh, the research guide. You think I need, okay, let me get out the research guide. It's in the back of the rule book now. Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. So it turns out that Brooke was trying to investigate this collector art thief, which it seemed like that might be what was going on in our case with these art robberies. But eventually, when we end up finishing this case, what we learn is that Brooke has this very attractive new girlfriend named Marie. Now here's the spoiler part. Turns out Marie was a hired cat burglar, and she was robbing one of the paintings specifically because it was a nude painting that the husband of this woman who sat for this painting wanted off the market. And when we finished the case, let's just get to the end here. I could, I suppose, just bring up the table of contents and go to the end. So whole bunch of very beautiful documents. It was a case very centered in the art world. And there was this big, long, there's Brooke, our partner. And there was this big, long brochure of painters. I mean, Anna's background as of art historian was front and center. It was really wonderful to read all about this art. And at the end, there's Marie. At the end, we met Bela Lugosi. We met all kinds of, we had lots of historical things. Okay, so in the end, we had to answer some questions. Who attacked Brooke? Why is he still in danger? What evidence do we have for it? And we put together the husband, Roger Humphreys, and his right-hand man, the sort of gorilla who's the muscle who attacked Brooke, and why he stole this painting, and he hired Marie. And this is the background of that. And we had a very classic noir, bittersweet ending. It was pretty great. We had to choose whether to arrest Marie or let her go. And we ended up scoring. I have my sheet here that I filled out. We ended up scoring 80 points. So we were at the bottom end of Gumshoe, the second to highest rating. And we chose Epilogue A, I believe. I believe we chose to arrest her. Is that what Epilogue A was? I'm going to arrest both of them. The district attorney who hired the cat burglar and the cat burglar Marie, who's the girlfriend of Brooke. So we ended up arresting her, and she's like, I did love the guy. She didn't run. We noticed that she didn't run. And it's a very noir, bittersweet scene where we tell this rookie that the girl he was proposed to, actually during the case, he proposed to this girl and she got a headache. So it was heartbreaking to have to tell him that this girl was sort of using him, but was she really in love with him? It was ambiguous, but it broke this guy's heart, this our rookie partner's heart. And it was a very well-written scene where he's feeling sorry for himself. And we say, she probably did love you, you don't know. And then we end by saying, hey, it looks like your collector is still out there. This robbery at the Willoughby wasn't the one he commissioned. Maybe I could find out who he is and what it is he wants to steal while you're recovering. And Brooke says, whatever, I'm tired. He closes his eyes. You see some tears streaming down his cheeks. Cheering someone up is obviously another strength of yours. And we go, yeah, of course, rest, kid. I'll come back tomorrow. When you leave the room, you feel your own eyes prickling. The air is very dusty in this hospital, it seems. So it's a very bittersweet ending with this girl that this guy was trying to propose to. So bottom line, though, is that we really don't know what this collector is all about. And this was almost like a little side case. And that's where we're continuing off. Now, then there was an epilogue where we let her go, which we didn't read. And Anna says there's some campaign scoring, but I don't see any campaign scoring that's been added. Okay, says, for the trilogy, you need to reread Jimmy's lead at the Julius bar. Okay, so I'll do that. We'll reread in case one, the Julius bar link, and take out a campaign log, score your campaign points, starting at the first page of the questions. Okay, so I do have a campaign starting at the first page of questions here. So here's what I have. You tell me if you think something different should be done. Here is the campaign log. I've put in that we played the rookie on 8/17. I thought we played in May, but maybe 8/17. Took us 7 hours. We got 80 points, 2 demerits, 10 culture. We chose epilogue A. Oh, I see. Okay. So Anna, it says, if you have all these marker, record +1 in your campaign thorough. Okay, so Anna wants us, I assume we did get all these markers because we wouldn't be able to continue. Otherwise we'd have to go back. Okay, so I'm going to mark down that we're thorough, which isn't on this list, so we're going to add it. +1. So the campaign log sheet is made for playing campaigns. We're playing the collector. And today we're playing case 2, which is the model. Okay. And then I think that's it. I think that's all we need to mark off here on our campaign log, right, Anna? Or is there something else we need to do? Okay, we've recapped the rookie, but we want to reread Julius Bar. So let me just look up Julius Bar here. Next, answers page 1. Okay, apparently I'm not done here. Answers page 1. If you scored 45 plus points here, record +1 observant. I see there is a little bit more in the campaign log. Now, did we get 45 points? Surely we did. Surely we did. So observant +1. I should have kept my records from this, but I'm pretty sure we must have gotten these 50 points. I don't know where we missed some. Let's see. And then part 2, museum robbery. What about the stolen pictures? Why were all 4 stolen? 50, 67. We must not have gotten all of these. So maybe we don't, since we only got 80 points, now we got some deductions for demerits, but not many. We must have gotten this wrong. We must have gotten something wrong here. Does anyone remember in our playthrough? I'm going to say we must have gotten this wrong. We must not have gotten this perfectly correct. We either got something wrong on this page or the previous page because we only got 80 points. I'd have to go back and check, but I think I'm going to write down clever, but I'm going to not give us the points for it. And we can go back and fix that up later. We probably went over time. You think that's where we lost all our points? Final scoring, analytic, culture, dwarf. What is that about? Let's see. I see. If you chose epilogue A, +1 lawful. Okay, so lawful is a pre-existing one. So I'm going to give us +1 lawful because we arrested Marie. So that makes us lawful. And if we had chose epilogue B, it would have been +1 compassionate. This is what I'm, let me, if you played solo, +1 lone wolf, which we didn't, and get +5 reputation. If you got to 10 culture points, which we did, do +1 cultured. So cultured, we did get 10. +1. And if you got 90+ points for 1 and 2, we should get +1 analytical. I guess we did, but then we got punished. So maybe we did get them all right. +1 analytical. Maybe we got +1 clever. Let me see how many points we lose when we went overtime last time. Why did we only have 80 points? We must have lost minus points. What was the minus points? Where is our punishment for going overtime? If you need to follow 2 more leads, we would lose 2 points. Check 1 demerit for each lead. We only had 2 demerits, so we only lost like 4 points through demerits unless it's been changed. All right, I'm just going to leave it as it is here. We can clean up this later. But let me talk a little bit about my thoughts for the campaign log sheet, which I just to put in perspective, there are basically 2 ideas here. One is that it may be you're playing a campaign and that some subsequent case will branch depending on what you've done here. So maybe we get a different epilogue or a different ending or a different thing would happen based on this. This is going to accumulate over the course of the 3 cases. But the other idea behind the campaign log sheet that I had is that when players finish playing these 3 cases, that they may have different outcomes here that reflect their style of play. So even if it doesn't branch on these things, even if you don't get a different epilogue or different things don't happen, I thought it would be fun that when players finish a campaign, they can share their sheet and they could compare like, oh, look how you played it. When you played it, you went for maximizing culture and you were compassionate, so that people could see the styles of their play and share them. That was the idea. So I love that Anna has embraced this. This is our style of play. All right. I think we're almost ready to get started with the next case after a half hour. Are we ready, Anna, or is there anything else we should review? Oh, we should reread the Julius's bar. Okay, let's go ahead and look up Julius's bar here. We could look it up under bars, but Julius's bar, Greenwich Village, 52095. Okay, let's look it up this way. 52095. Okay, so it's open, and let's read this one, yeah? Okay. So we were told that Earless Jimmy knows what Brooke was asking about, the rookie, before he got attacked. So we're going to read this lead here. Jimmy is sitting at the end of the counter, gently embracing a pint of beer. He lost his ears in an accident years ago, maybe in a fire or something like that. He's been pretending to be deaf since then, while eavesdropping on every conversation he finds interesting. Tricky little bastard. You sit down next to him. "Oh, Jimmy." You pull out a deck of Luckies and offer it to him. He doesn't react, just continues sipping his beer. "I know you can hear me, so drop the act. I also know you talked to Brooke in the last few weeks. What were you two chinning about?" You start a match, you strike a match. You snick a match on your thumbnail and light a cigarette. Silence. "The kid's in the hospital, Jimmy, unconscious after someone hit him on the noggin pretty hard, and I think you were the one who gave him the tip he was chasing before getting cooled. So better spill, you little snitch, or I'll wipe the floor with your ugly mug." The news about the kid seems to shake him at last. He finally looks at you. Now you're getting somewhere. "So what did you tell the kid exactly, and why are you even giving tips to him? Was that some kind of trap for a rookie?" He starts muttering into his beer like some booze hound who's talking to himself. "No trap. Swear, I'm no snitch neither. Like that kid. Reminds me of me nephew. Little Jimmy died in a fire a couple years back. My sister's boy. That's why I helped him, you know. Thought I was helping him. Wanted some dope he could use to prove himself and harden his eyes, so I told him about the collector." He stops and sips some beer. "What? The kid was doing this for you? No way. This little shit is just pulling your leg." Yeah, Brooke mentioned some scheme he was going to foil. I didn't think it was serious. So what did you tell him about this supposed collector?" "Last week there was this little guy, a real shorty, round fellow, bald, calls himself Mr. Finley. I saw him chinning with folks here and there mentioning the collector. Word is this collector fellow has a good rep, paid well for jobs, safe cracking, burglary, pulling a con, that kind of thing. Works with different middlemen every time. The last one is this Finley. What a mumbo jumbo about this collector and this middleman Finley. On the other hand, why would Jimmy make this crap up? That bit about his sister's boy sounded quite honest. Is it possible that this collector character really exists? Now you sound just as bad as the kid. You don't have time to mull over this because Jimmy has some more interesting deets for you. Saw Finley had the paper with him." "The villager?" Jimmy nods. "Suppose it was something in it about the job or something like that. Didn't catch that part." He starts sipping his beer again. "So that explains the paper on Brooke's desk. Was it an article about the Willoughby's new exhibition?" "I don't know. I just told you I didn't catch that part." "So how did the kid know which article was connected to the job? Any chance the Finley guy wanted to hire a cat burglar, one who's good with ropes as well?" "Don't know. But some other bloke was asking around for a cat burglar in local gin joints." "Really? That's interesting. And did he find one? A cat burglar?" you ask him curiously. "Dunno." He shrugs and starts sipping his beer again. You wait a bit more, but it looks like that's it. "All right, thanks, Jimmy. You decided not to wipe the floor with the little rat just yet, so you toss some coins to the bartender, take your hat, and leave the joint." Okay, so that was one of our early leads, chasing down what Brooke was investigating, and that's where we get a little hint that there were two people perhaps looking for robbing art places, and the collector is one, and this other guy, Finley, was the guy that Is Finley the guy we followed? No, I think maybe Finley wasn't the guy that was involved in our case. But here's where we get hints of who this collector is. And so we have a Mr. Finley mentioning the collector. Okay, so I suppose this Mr. Finley is of interest to us, even if it wasn't of interest in our previous case. Word is the collector fella has a good rep, paid well for jobs, safe cracking, burglary, pulling a con. Finley had the paper. But the collector wasn't involved in our case. I see. Another bloke was asking for a cat burglar. That was our case. So the collector is Finley that we probably didn't meet in this case. I don't remember meeting him, but might be in our next case. Okay. Does that about cover it? Do you think we're ready to take a break and then begin our second case? Anna is going to stick around with us while we play. I think we are ready to get started, but we're going to take a break first before we jump into case number 2, the model, and read the introduction. When we come back, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Jonathan Warner in the chat says he doesn't know how I came up with the score and demerits that I came up with. He's shown me a link to the old playthrough where we went over time by 30 leads. It looked like we got maybe a score of 98 before we started subtracting points for leads. That brought us down to like 68. So I don't know what I was thinking, but it sounds like we solved the case perfectly last time, almost perfectly, except for going overtime. So we'll worry about that when the time comes. Anna also reminded me before that we are going to need the research guide, which is at the back of the rule book. Here is the new formatting for the research guide. And what else? I think Anna said one more thing that I'm... the research guide... I forget what else, but I do have this booklet. Oh, and the make a note of Mr. Finley. So we're going to need a tracking sheet for this case. We're going to need some log sheets, one for each day. And here is our research guide. And we also have these little person of interest sheets that are on the website. I'll just take a couple of these. All right, so let us use one of these for Mr. Finley. We have a Mr. Finley. What we know is he's short and round and bald. All right, so we're keeping track of interesting people on these sheets, perhaps. And I'll put these off to this side for now. All right, let's start our case properly here. It'll take us a little while to get into this. The street guide. Okay, so a separate little street guide directory was prepared by me that was meant to be optional. Short little thing. And in later versions of the directories, I decided to bundle it into the white pages. So if you look at the white pages, you'll see Street Guide 164. So now bundled in here is the street number guide. And this is something so that if someone tells you that, say, someone was on 1005 111th Street, you could look up 111th Street, or if someone said, like, say you heard, maybe it would be 111th Street, you know where it is on the map. But let's say that someone told you that someone lived on 55 Broome Street, and you're like, I've never heard of Broome Street. I don't know where it is. How am I going to find Broome Street in 35 different neighborhoods? Am I really going to have to look for Broome Street in every map? And the answer is no. You would look up Broome Street in the street guide. Here's Broome Street. And you can see that 52 to 156 Broome Street is in the Lower East Side. So essentially, this thing lets you pinpoint what neighborhood you should be looking for if you have a specific address and you don't know the neighborhood. So now you would know, okay, Lower East Side. Let me bring this up. And then once you got the Lower East Side, you'd have to find Broome Street for yourself. In this case, there's Broome Street. So you'd know it's in one of these blocks. You would look up the reverse directory and you could find it. But there you go. So Anna says, we'll need the street directory, perhaps. And here it is. We know it's at the back of the white pages. All right, let's get started then with not this case. That's our old case. We want this one, the collector. Case 2, the model. By the way, feel free to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you're interested in more things like this. And let's all cheer on Anna for having the guts to write these cases watch them be played. I know it's a little nerve-wracking, although Anna is like a force of nature. She just wrote the 3 cases and then she's like, get them played. Time to play them. She was very patient waiting for us to play these cases. But it's been 2 years since she wrote it. I wonder if she even remembers the case. All right, so let's go through it together. I probably should have printed out a separate copy of the table of contents so that we can mark it up. Maybe I'll do that during the next break. Okay, let's read through the instructions. Okay, note the time at the beginning of each lead. If you look up something but there's no lead, no time passes. The first day you can follow normal leads until 8 p.m. and night leads after 8 p.m. So the way we're supposed to do that is, where's our, what did I do with our sheets? Okay, so this is where we will start day 1. I'll just mark it down here. 8 p.m. is when the night triggers. We'll figure this out as we go. Okay, you'll get a newspaper. If you read all the articles by the end of the case, you'll earn culture points. You can always use hints. If you're stuck, you can find them at the end of the book. You'll only need to deduct points if you learn new information. Questions are going to be worth 90 points. We can get a maximum of 15 per culture. There's some bonus points. We'll take a demerit. We'll take 2 points for each demerit we get. Overtime minus 2 points. So Anna is telling us how we're going to be scored. You will count your minus points by checking demerits boxes, culture points by checking culture box. Don't forget to use your case log from case 1 to look up leads you've already visited and save case logs 1 and 2. All right, so I should have done that, but here we go. This is exciting. We're actually starting here. Day 1, 8 a.m. Tuesday, January 15th. So let me just get us started properly. 8 a.m. and it is Tuesday, January 15th, 1935. Okay, that's when our case is starting. You arrive at the station early in the morning. The rain had started again and it filled the gutters and splashed knee-high off the sidewalk. You had to run for it, so you're still breathing heavily. You struggle out of your trench coat and notes waiting for you on your desk. Apparently, some errand boy dropped it off not long ago. Okay, circle document 14 on your case tracking sheet. So just to remind you, here's our case tracking sheet. We're starting off with document 14. And I'm just going to note that we got that in the intro. Now, if you were downloading and playing this, you would find document 14 at the back of the book. In fact, it even tells you, back of the book, page 83. So if we go to 83, we will see this document. But when I run games, I print off the documents and store them in little envelopes. It's a little more enjoyable. So it's also nice to be able to have it in front of you to refer to it. Okay, sniffed around a bit. Turns out the job is connected to some dead writer who was mentioned in the paper. Nothing to do with the Willoughby. Tell the kid to take care. J. Is that J? So clearly whoever's writing this doesn't write well. This could be Earless Jimmy. It sounds like it's Earless Jimmy, the drunk that we met at the beginning of our last case, who feels a little guilty for sending the rookie out when he got attacked. Turns out the job is connected to some dead writer who was mentioned in the paper. Nothing to do with the Willoughby. That's the museum. It was originally the Whitney, got changed to Willoughby. So nothing to do with the Willoughby. Dead writer was mentioned in the paper. Okay, so we'll want to look at that paper. Let's keep going. A dead writer, huh? So far, you've only read the first article in the newspaper, but it looks like it's time to skim through the rest of it too. You take out your deck of luckies, light up, and start reading. Circle document 12, The Villager. Okay, so this is document 12, Villager, that we got in the intro. And let's go ahead and get that for us. Okay, so here we've got the newspaper of The Villager from this morning. All right, let's go through the paper. There's an article on the theft from our last case. Willoughby Museum of Contemporary Art, 4 village canvases. The Willoughby Museum of Contemporary Art purchased 17 paintings from the recently closed second biennial exhibition of contemporary art. 4 of the canvases are by up-and-coming village artists. These paintings, selected by the museum and now part of the permanent collection, are again to be seen in the exhibition of new acquisitions, which opens to the public Tuesday, January 15, today. Visiting hours, Monday, closed. All other days, including Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 5 p.m. and Wednesday evening, 8 to 10 p.m. Okay, so we'll want to get there between 1 and 5 p.m. Not opened yet. Looks like we're going to be going back to the Willoughby. I remember the first case. Oh, you think this is... No, because it's today's date. It's Tuesday, January 15th, and this is from Tuesday, January 15th. Okay, let's look at some more of this paper. Rat Specialist, largest and most successful rat and mouse exterminators in the country. Rose's Rat Exterminator Company, 309 Broadway. Then we've got piano instructions, flowers for every occasion at Reinhardt's Flower Shop. Okay, Anna said it's a bug. This should be the this is the Villager's last issue from January 10th. Okay, so you think this should say January 10th. I should mark this as January 10, huh? Okay, so this is from a week ago. However, this is talking about today. The exhibition of new acquisitions. Okay, so that's still today. So maybe we want to make a note here. Let's make a little to-do list for ourselves. And on that list is going to be visit the Willoughby. 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. on Tuesday. I'm going to have to do something about this pen. Okay, let's just skim through this newspaper. It's an old newspaper, but it's still relevant for us. Flowers, beers, learn to dance. Got a little article on European poets. Rainer Maria Rilke, German Bohemian, Andre Addy, Hungarian poet, January 15th, 6:30 p.m. Okay, that's today. Also, so let's make a note in our list. $6:30 p.m. We'll probably want to go here. Greenwich Village Tea Room. For a poetry reading. I mean, we don't have to go there, but we might. We might want to go there. And what's this? Actress seeks divorce. This should be an E. Miss Audrey Seals, wife of known. That's not how you do a proofreading. That's a remove. But we don't want remove. We want to replace it with E. I don't know what the proofreader thing. I guess you would do like a. Okay, doesn't matter. Miss Audrey Seals, wife of well-known actor. A petition for divorce by actress Miss Audrey Seals against her husband, Mr. Sylvester Tracy, both members of the Shakespeare Fellowship, was in the defended list of cases dropped down for hearing, which opened early in January. The action will be a sequel to the case heard in the divorce court on November 21st, when Miss Eloise Kellett was granted a decree nisi on the ground of the adultery of her husband, Vernon Taylor. What is a decree nisi? That's interesting. That sounds like it's meaning someone was at fault, not her, maybe. Maybe she is at fault. She admitted adultery with Mr. Tracy, and the discretion of the court was exercised in her favor. Miss Seals married Mr. Tracy in 1926. Mr. Tracy's real name is John Robert Monroe, and the case in the list reads A.S. Monroe versus J.R. Monroe, solicitor for petitioner, Mr. G.A. Chrisman, for respondent and intervener, Mr. W.H. Clark. So we're learning about the lawyers involved, Clark and Lodge. And here is an article about Mark Twain. The name of a one-time village resident, Mark Twain, was lauded last Tuesday when a national tribute to him beamed forth in the rays of the lighthouse erected in his memory on a hill in Hannibal, Montana, which had been one of his favorite boyhood playgrounds. In addition to a broadcast from Hannibal in Detroit, a Mark Twain program was sent from New York, where the nation's observance of the centennial began, and from Washington, where a word picture of President Roosevelt pressing the lighthouse key was broadcast. One of the main points of interest in the program was a statue of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, believed to be the first ever erected to characters out of books. It stands at the foot of Cardiff Hill. The light from the Twain Memorial Tower. It stands at the foot of Cardiff Hill, receiving the light from the Twain Memorial Tower. Okay, so we're going to skip some of these. We'll read them as we go. Edgar Allan Poe's birthday. Then we've got some who's who. Lawson Irwin Hopkins. 4 or 5 books in publishing. Then we've got an article here about Marilyn Hamilton. Pet peeves. Shakespeare Fellowship, sired by day. Psychic pedigree. Corner of the upper floor of Mario's restaurant last Sunday night. Shakespeare Fellowship was holding its latest dinner. I suppose we should keep our eye out for anything that is timely. This one is a celebration next Saturday, January 19th, not of relevance to us. What about the Charles French restaurant? But enjoy the lovely old New York, famed in a song and story against a background of old mahogany, rich red draperies, lighted candles, flowers of the rosemary age, romantic melodies, and the Charles at West 11th Street has a charm equaled by few places in America or on the continent. In one way, it takes you back to the days of fireplaces, popcorn, and baked apples. In another, it pictures stately mansions, sumptuous feasts, and gracious hospitality. In all New York, there is not another place which brings to me the sole comfort of the old beautifully blended with the new. During my entire stay in Gotham, dinner at the Charles was an occasion which satisfied my body and rested my soul. Sounds like we should go to the Charles French restaurant and see if it's all what it's cracked up to be. Okay, so we found an event, two events that we probably want to go to. Anna reminds us that Brooke proposed to Marie in the Charles French restaurant. Okay, well, let us set this document aside and get back to our case. About half an hour, the door creaks open and the chief sticks his head in. Lucas, you're in early. You ain't gonna believe this. That art school you were at yesterday, something went down. You rub your eyes, already feeling the headache coming on. Don't tell me. It got knocked over too, you mutter. He shakes his head. No, worse. Somebody clipped a woman. Central Park boys kicked it over to us. Your crew's already on site. He pauses, then adds, I want you moving now, and I want answers on my desk by tomorrow. By tomorrow? Looks like you can't give the collector your whole day. You let out a quiet breath through your nose, grab your hat, pull on your coat, and head for the door. Okay, the day starts at 8:30 a.m. and ends at 8 p.m. So let me go back here. I wrote down 8 a.m., but actually we're starting at 8:30. And I've already noted that the day's going to end at 8 p.m. Some cases use an event system. Anna's not using an event system, but we're just recording that the day's going to end at 8. Okay, your priority is the murder case that we just heard about. But don't neglect the collector's case either. You're now ready to start your day on a blank case log. Record that it's day 1, Tuesday, January 15th. The current time is 8:30. I've already done that. Then close this casebook and begin searching for leads in the directories. When you reach 8 p.m. or finish an action that caused you to surpass it, workday ends. And then we're going to get to finish some night leads. And then we'll start day 2. Okay, so the art school we were at yesterday, I think we're talking about the Willoughby. But the Willoughby was the art museum. But I think we're talking about the Willoughby. Although Central Park is not where the Willoughby is. So why would the Central Park boys kick it over? We could try Central Park Precinct. But I think maybe Jonathan seems to think we're at an art school in our previous case. It might be nice. I think it might be useful when cases might not be played for a long time to give a little summary of the important places. But we could in our previous, if we had our previous log, like Anna told us to keep, we would be able to find it. But if maybe we can jog our memory just by looking at schools here. So I think we'll be looking under education. Not under education, schools. Schools and education other, 111. We'd probably be looking for something next to the park. Institute of Design, art school where Smirnoff, one of the painters, is working. You'll find it in the art brochure. Let's see if I have the art brochure. So here are documents from our first case. One Smirnoff, one of our painters here. Wilson Smirnoff was born in Brooklyn. has been teaching at the New York School of Music and Arts. Okay, let's keep this handy. The New York School of Music and Art. Okay, so knowing the name, we could look it up in the white pages. Let's see if we can find it here just for fun though. New York School of Music and Arts, 95th Street and Central Park. As predicted, it is near Central Park. BD 73. All right, so if we were curious where that is, it's in Bloomingdale 73, a nice fancy neighborhood. We could bring it up here. Right next to the park. Here it is on the 73 block of Bloomingdale, next to the park. That's why the chief said the Central Park boys handed it off to us. All right, so we don't need this, but we do need the lead number, 87782. So I'm going to put it here, 87782. And this is New York School of Music. All right. So this is where having a separate printout of the table of contents would be useful, but we look up 87782 on page 51. Now, if we're playing this on the online version, it'd be a little easier to keep from spoilers, but we'll just use our cues for today. So New York School of Music and Arts, 95th Street, Central Park West, Bloomingdale 73. 90 minutes. So let me just show you how I do this. So we could do it this way. We started our case at 8:30, and then this is a 90-minute lead. So 9:30, 10. It's now 10 o'clock. So I would write down here 10 o'clock is going to be for our next lead. A knot of people gathered around, curious onlookers, of course. A motorcycle officer is standing in front of the school, keeping them from coming too close. Mr. Sylvester Sawyers, the short principal, is pacing nervously up and down right in front of the entrance when you arrive. Thank God you're here, Detective Lucas. They told me you're coming. I guess you've heard what happened. Can you believe this? A murder in my school. A real tragedy, of course. Poor Amy. Shorty looks really upset. You can't blame him. Half my staff haven't shown up today, and the janitor's missing, although we need him to clean up this whole mess after the police are done. I still can't believe this is happening. The little man seems desperate. It's kind of funny, actually. Slow down, Mr. Sawyers, one thing at a time. So you know who the victim is? Which teachers are missing? And who's the janitor? Well, yes, of course. Sorry, Detective. I'm just a bit overwhelmed, I guess. No need to apologize. Just tell me the details. You take out your notebook. Yes, the details. I must start with this morning, when I arrived at the school. It was around 7:30 as usual. The entrance door was unlocked, so that was the first clue something wasn't right. Yesterday evening, I locked up the school as usual. Jackson, the janitor who lives in the basement, has spare keys for emergencies, of course, but otherwise, he only uses the basement entrance to access his room. So, as I said, the main entrance should have been locked in the morning. As I was thinking, I must have a word with Jackson about this. Oh, he's continuing. As I was thinking, I must have a word with Jackson about this. I arrived at the end of the corridor and saw that the door of the painting studio was ajar. I looked inside and I saw the body on the bed. Oh, God, it was terrible. All that blood on the white sheets. I was going to be sick, so I ran to the bathroom. The principal's looking a bit pasty still. You're hoping he's not going to be sick again. Fortunately, he just continues. Then I rang the police from my office and started to yell after Jackson. I went down to the basement, but his room was empty. I see. So this Jackson guy is your janitor who's also missing. What's his last name? I think that is his last name. I don't really know. We just call him Jackson. Smirnov recommended him for the job. He said he's a talented boy who fell on hard times, and we need to support him by giving him a job. You know Smirnov, detective. You were here asking about his paintings yesterday. He's the one who's teaching the painting class in the studio where Amy died. So the victim is in Smirnov's studio. You want to talk to him then? I want to talk to him then. I'm afraid, Detective, Smirnov is, well, he's one of the teachers who didn't come in today. You don't say. You take a note in your notebook. So the victim was called Amy. Who was she exactly? Amy Morgan. After your colleagues arrived, they made me look at her properly, and that's when I realized that the murdered woman is one of our models. She used to sit for Smirnov's nude painting classes in that studio. Radmil and Rachel could tell you more about her. Two of our teachers who actually showed up today. They're in the teacher's lounge being questioned by your colleagues. Great. And who are the other teachers that didn't show up today? Here. I made a list already. Smirnov, Day, and LeBlanc. All three of them live in the village, as do most of our teachers. He gives you a note paper with Wilson Smirnov, Edwin Day, and Arthur LeBlanc written on it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sawyers. Maybe we'll make some notes here before we continue. Now, normally I would actually write on this if I was playing a case, but I think I want to keep this version unmarked, so we're going to have to keep better notes ourselves. So, Wilson Smirnov, and then Edwin Day, and Arthur LeBlanc. These are our teachers who didn't show up today. And then we've got Amy Morgan. This is our deceased. And then Jackson, who's the janitor, who's also missing. And Sawyers is the principal. Who's short, kind of like our Mr. Finlay, but okay. You step inside the school, place is buzzing with activity. The students weren't allowed in today, of course, but there are lots of policemen securing the scene, making notes, taking photos everywhere. There are a few cops from the Central Park precinct as well. Looks like they don't want to leave the case entirely to your team, little pricks. You go to the studio first. The painting studio is a bigger classroom with easels around a bed on a podium. There lies the victim on her back in the middle of the bed, shot in the chest, twice. Her blouse is covered in blood, slightly open at the front. You walk around the podium. Sheets are rumpled and also bloody, and her shoes are next to the bed. Her lipstick is smeared a bit, and her long, dark brown hair is spread around her face. Okay, smeared lipstick, that seems like a clue. Let's make a separate card here for Amy Morgan. Shot twice. in the chest. More importantly, I think the bigger clue is the smeared lipstick. Like she was kissing someone recently. Blouse. And then I guess I also want to write down the previous clue we got. We got some interesting clues about how this principal walked in. 7:30. So the principal found her at 7:30 a.m. today, Tuesday morning, January 15th. And he says the entrance was unlocked, which is not normal. And he's going to talk to the janitor about it. He's going to complain about it. He sees the body. And then he goes down for the janitor. She's in Smirnov's nude studio. What was the thing about the entrance is unlocked and the door is ajar. Door is ajar to the studio. Okay. All right. Dark brown hair spread around her face, whatever that means. She was really pretty, that's obvious, but now her eyes are open and stare blankly at the ceiling. Lots of her blood is at the edge of the bed and on the floor next to the bed where someone stepped in it. Bloody footsteps lead toward the corridor. A small light is still on at a low table, although it's already daylight. Let's make a note, page 52. In fact, I'm going to write it down here so we don't have to look it up again, because it seems like that means someone was there the night before. She's bled out. He found the body at 7:30. So it sounds like whatever happened to her the night before, yeah? And then we've got footsteps. One of the scene investigators walks up to you. It's Peter or something from the station, maybe Simmons or Simpson or Mooney. What's the story, you ask him. 2 shots to the chest. Looks like from a distance, but the medical examiner will tell us more. Looking at these bloodstains on the bed and floor, I think she must have fallen face down on the edge of the bed when she was shot. But then someone turned her on her back. Maybe that someone stepped in the pool of blood on the floor with an average-sized man's shoe. I'd say size 10. Size 10 shoe. Sounds about right. The principal said he didn't come in here before we arrived. Besides, his footprint would be much smaller. That man has really small feet. Did you notice? You shake your head because you didn't really look at Shorty's feet earlier. You need to be more observant in the future. You notice a bouquet of flowers next to the bed. There's a little table there with a vase and red roses. Yeah, flowers. And there was a note with them, says Peter. When he catches you eyeing the roses, he shows you a card. Document 1. A card next to the bouquet. To my lovely Amy. So we've got some handwriting. Okay, lovely Amy, document 1. Let's not forget to mark that we've circled document 1, which is Amy's note that we got on page 52 in case we want to reread it. Okay, size 10 red roses. Let's make a note of that. Okay, so we continue talking to this guy. Sign of forced entry? No. She had the keys, or maybe the janitor let her in, but he's missing, so we don't know yet. But the keys are here. He's pointing to the ground in the corner. Looks like someone dropped them. Document 2. Oh, keys, huh? Okay. It's a full set of keys, not just one key. Full set of keys. Okay, let's mark that we've got document 2, which we're going to say school keys. Okay. The principal confirmed it's the set of keys he gave to the janitor when he started working here. Aha. It's the janitor's keys. That is a big clue. Can we zoom in to read anything on the keys? I don't think so, but now we know it's the janitor's keys. Could try to zoom in, but I don't think that. It's probably just the brand name of this key. I mean, you can see there are different kinds of keys. But now that and there's some plant material, I don't know if that's important for us, but now that we know it's the janitor's keys, I feel like we probably don't need to scrutinize them too much for now. Confirmed it's a set of keys he gave to the janitor when he started working here. The janitor who's missing, that Jackson guy? Yep. Lab and ME's reports are expected by tomorrow morning. Okay, so let's make sure on our to-do list. Where is our to-do list? What have I done with that? I'll start a new one. MEN lab. Tomorrow morning. So probably no point wasting time going there earlier. You thank the officer and leave the studio, following the bloody smears on the floor. They fade away quickly, but are clearly heading toward the main entrance. At the other end of the corridor, you can see stairs leading down, probably to the basement. You decide to go down. So the blood is not heading towards the basement. The blood is heading towards the entrance. You light up as you walk down the stairs to the basement and puff the smoke into the air. You find the little room that must be the janitor's. Only a bed, a little table with a chair, a wash basin, an easel and paintbrushes in the corner. There's a painting on the easel. Looks like it depicts the victim, only wearing much less clothing. Another painting is leaning against the wall. Hard to tell what it depicts. Circle document 3. It's the paintings in the janitor's room. Okay, so the paintings, the janitor has been painting the nude model either with her, either from memory, or he's got some rendezvous with her. Let's see what those look like. Oh, there's our Amy Morgan. Looks like the janitor's a pretty good painter, too. And it looks like she's been painted on a bed. That's not, well, I don't know. Is this the studio? This looks like a bed to me. Like here's the bed stand, like a nightstand. Like he's been intimate with this woman, or he's painting from memory and dreaming about it. But if you had to guess, this would be an intimate painting of her. It could be his bed for all we know. Continued on next page. Oh, here's the painting that we don't know what it depicts. Look at that. What's this about? It's true, we were told there was a bed in the studio. So that's a good point. This could very well be the painting of Amy Morgan in the painting studio, which had a bed, maybe just so that the students painting could paint in a natural environment, a nude. Okay, and then what's this craziness? Like swirling sky, there's some ghastly, ghoulish figure on top of this building. Are these other figures? This is creepy. Okay. The bed is rumpled. Someone obviously slept in it. There are a few clothes on the chair, a few shirts, and a blue overall. Average sized man's clothes, no shoes though. You return to the corridor and walk into the teacher's lounge. One of the officers is interviewing the two teachers who came in today. Is it Officer Brown or Black or maybe Flint? He smiles at you when you sit down beside him. Ah, Detective Lucas, this is Radmel Stransky, novelist who teaches creative writing, and Rachel Popova, composer who teaches composition. Their classes start at 8 a.m., so they arrived at around 7:50 as usual. Local boys were here by then. Mr. Stransky and Miss Popova both knew the victim, Mrs. Amy Morgan. The composer chick is quite a looker. Too bad she's wearing those ugly pants. Mrs. Morgan? She was married, you ask her? Yes, detective, answers the dame. She had a horrible husband, though. Poor Amy told me how brutal he was with her. Sure enough, she often came in with bruises on her arm and sometimes on her face as well. I asked her a few times already why she wouldn't leave him. And last week, she finally said she was going to. I guess that's why he killed her. You think her husband killed her. Who else? But you don't have time to answer because the novelist guy interjects eagerly. Yes, it was her husband, all right. I bet he found out that Amy was cheating on him. Amy was cheating on her husband, asks Miss Popova, opening her eyes wide. Of course, Rachel. Didn't you hear about the bouquet she was receiving in the last few weeks? I don't think that awful husband of hers suddenly discovered his romantic side. This guy seems quite the gossip. Great. You mean there were more, not just those red roses I saw in the studio, you ask him. Yes, detective, 4 or 5 maybe. She always left them here. Smirnov said he'll use them for his still life class. Any idea who her lover was, you ask? But they both are shaking their heads. No idea then. Right. You look at the novelist guy's feet. Big shoes, definitely bigger than size 10. Could you tell me where Mrs. Morgan lived? You finally ask the pretty teacher lady. In that mountain apartment building in the village. You know the one, detective. She looks at you expectantly. Yeah, not really, but I think I could look it up. Thank you for your help. You stand up. It's time to go. Circle marker X1 on our case tracking sheet. Okay, marker X1. Let me circle that, and then I'm not going to close this yet. I want to, just going to mark that I got that at page 54. We should make a note of this description of where she lives. She lives in mountain apartment in the village. Mountain apartment building, so she's probably got an apartment number. So we could find her in two ways, perhaps. We could look up Morgan, Amy Morgan, or her husband Morgan, by her last name. Let's just try that for a second while we're on this. So we got a bunch of Morgans. We'd be looking for one in Greenwich Village in an apartment building. That could very well be the husband's apartment building. Morgan Z. Any other Morgans in Greenwich Village? No. Okay, so probably that's it. Morgan Z. Apartment 1C. GV74 66651. So I think it makes sense to just look it up, but just for the hell of it, to get practice, if we look up GV74, Greenwich Village Block 74, the name of the apartment building where Morgan is Twin Peaks. So that sounds like the mountain style apartment building. Another way you could have found that, if we didn't know her last name, for example, we could look up apartment buildings in the yellow pages. There's a lot of them. But we could look up Greenwich Village apartment buildings. Here's another one, the Bohemian Apartments. We could eventually go through there till we got to the Twin Peaks in Greenwich Village. That would be another way to find that apartment building. Then we could look it up in the reverse directory. But okay, we know who that is. And while we're here at the Twin Peaks, let's make a note of the neighbors. This is and the doorman. So Twin Peaks, we've got Morgan in 1C, who's in 66651. But while we're here with this open, we may as well note down that 1B, 18247, that's the neighbor on the left or so, and 1D, 80854. That's the neighbor at 1D. And then the doorman or maintenance guy is going to be this entry, 79326. Okay, but Morgan is who we really want. All right, let's just talk for a little bit here. John says the painting could be some memory of World War I. Did the investigating officer suggest that the shoe print could have been from the principal? No, the principal's feet were much too small. The principal's feet were much too small. We had one of the cops said, for sure, did you notice how small his feet were? All right, so we've got a bunch of people we're interested in. We're interested in Jackson, the janitor. We're interested in the teachers who are missing. And we are interested in Amy Morgan, who this one teacher assumes it must be the husband who caught her having an affair. And it would make complete sense, right? The scene of the crime being, maybe she was being painted by the janitor who she's having a love affair with. Husband comes in and shoots her. So that seems like the most obvious thing to do is check on the husband. Surely that is our most likely. It's this. I feel like we can wrap up this case. It's almost always the husband. Everything about it sounds like husband. And then janitor went on the run. Jonathan says 2 leads jump out. One is Morgan's apartment and Smirnov to track down the janitor. The reason, let me remind you, the reason Jonathan is saying let's track down the janitor by going to Smirnov is because Smirnov is the one that knows the janitor who suggested to the principal that they hire them. So that makes sense to me. We don't know. We can try to see if Smirnov has a home address. If not, we may not be able to find him. But we certainly know how to pursue the husband. And it seems to me that would be our first shot, right? Like if he's the most likely suspect, let's knock on that door before he makes a run for it. Yeah, I've got the list of the teachers who didn't show. Maybe one of them was having an affair with her. But surely we should knock on the door of her apartment and see if we can catch him before he gets rid of the gun, if he's our primary suspect. So let's go ahead and do that before we take our break, and then we'll take a break. So we're going to go and knock on the husband's door. We don't need this. Okay. So our next lead is going to be 66651, which is going to be Z Morgan. 66651. And when I take our break, I got to remember to print out an extra copy of this. 66651, page 41. So far, using the printed documents is just fine, which is good. Okay, 6651, the Morgans, apartment 1C, 30 minutes. So I'm just going to go ahead and set our clock here to 10:30. There's no answer at the door. You try again. Nothing. You look around, nobody's here. So you pick the lock and step inside the apartment. This is 1935. You don't need a warrant. You just pick the lock. You're in a little kitchen. There are dirty and broken dishes in the sink, empty bottles on the table and on the floor. There's a broken chair in the corner, and the smell of stale alcohol is everywhere. You look around. There's a living room with more empty bottles and a tiny bedroom. Okay, so this guy's an alcoholic. Or she is, or both of them are. The bed looks slept in. There's an open suitcase on the floor. Women's clothes and shoes are thrown inside haphazardly. We were told that she was finally going to leave him. Is this her packing to leave? There's a little dressing table next to the bed and an empty makeup bag on the top of it. A photograph is inserted into the frame of the mirror. Amy Morgan smiles happily, embracing a man who must be her husband. Probably a long time ago when they were still happy. Circle document 5. Okay, document 5, Amy Morgan. Morgan photo. Okay, look at that. There's Amy Morgan and what must be her husband. That's a pretty nice looking photograph. Happier times, huh? Okay. You rifle through the drawers. There are brushes, makeup kits, mirrors, and other bits inside it. At the bottom of the drawer, you find a little envelope. You open it. Give me a 4. It's a drawing at the bottom of her drawer. Huh. Just a little sketch, but maybe someone drew a sketch of her flirting with her and gave it to her to keep. Document form, insert that. Okay, a little envelope. A drawing was inside it. You look inside the cabinet next to the wall. There are only men's clothes in it, a few shoes as well, size 10. Well, there's our size 10. Let me make a note here. It's not so easy to keep all this straight. Where is my card? I mean, I made a note of all the neighbors. Why am I need to do a better job of keeping track of my notes here. Okay, so I do want to make a note that size 10 shoes. So sure is looking like the husband, huh? You spot a box at the bottom of the cabinet and open it. And now it's document 9, Morgan's revolver. Huh. Well, we found a gun. Is this our murder weapon? Is it really this simple? We need to get this tested. Document 9 is a revolver belonging to Morgan. And then it says circle V1. Okay, which I have circled. Here's an idea. We could look up flower shop. That's a very good idea. Let us put that on our to-do list so we do not forget it. Flower shops near pool. Okay, so we found Morgan's house, but not Morgan himself. We don't even know his first name. I would be inclined to talk to the neighbors and the doorman. But we should also, let's put on our list, our to-do list, to see if we can analyze the gun. So let's just look at this for a second. I'm not sure we have an entry in the research guide, but we do have police labs that might be able to analyze this gun. It may happen automatically for us. If not, we should bring that gun to the lab. Okay, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll decide where to go next. All right, we are back. I've cleaned up my area, organized it a little bit better. It's clear that when you're playing these games, organizing your notes is number one priority. We said we are going to go back before we leave this apartment building and talk to the doorman and neighbors. And Jonathan has suggested that maybe if this guy's an alcoholic, of course, we don't know if she's not the alcoholic, but if he is an alcoholic, he's likely at a bar somewhere, drunk, or the liquor store may know him. So let's try talking to the doorman and related places first. So it's now 10:30 for our next lead. Let's try the doorman who's at 79326. I forgot to print out. 79326. Page 49. $30 have passed. It's now 11. Piotr Valasienko, the manager of the Twin Peaks building, is a short and balding man with a big mustache and a thick Russian accent. Looks like a bulldog. He has small feet, maybe size 9 or even smaller. He starts to shake his head when you ask him about the Morgans. The Morgans, they live in 1C. What? 1C? And what could you tell me about these Morgans in apartment 1C, Mr. Valasienko? I have lots of trouble because of them. You know, detective, the other residents are always complaining about them. 1B and 1D especially, but even residents from next floor, 2A, 2B, 2C, sometimes 2D as well. I live in apartment 1A. They don't need to tell me. Always fighting, those two. Shouting and throwing things. He even hits her sometimes. She tries to hide it, but I can see the bruises. Even on her beautiful face, it's a terrible thing to hit a woman like that. What about last night? Yeah, my sister had her birthday, so I wasn't home until past midnight. Everything was quiet then. He looks at you apologetically. Do you have any idea where I can find Mr. Morgan right now? He works at that ale brewing company on Washington Place. I'm surprised he hasn't been fired for drinking the stuff himself. He's always drunk when he arrives home. A drunkard, huh? You could have guessed. Circle marker T1. Okay, so marker T1 gets circled. That's fine. Make sure we're at the end of this. Okay. But he says it's not just the next door neighbors we got to check on. He says 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. And Morgan works at brewing on Washington Place. All right, well, that's a lot of doors we're going to have to knock on. Let's go back and write down what numbers they are. 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. We've got 2A is 77304. 2B is 28411. 2C is 80781. And D, there is no D. We're going to start a list of bugs. This could be something that's changed in the directory, like there used to be a 2D, but I don't know if that's important. Oh, I was looking at Washington Square. Whoops, these are all wrong then. Okay. Twin Peaks is 74. Sorry, thank you for catching that. Okay, 2A is 86638. 2B is 31810. 2C 21641. Good catch. And 2D 32708. Now, we should be looking at these names too, just in case they're relevant for us, right? Okay. All right, well, while we're in this apartment, let's knock on some doors. We've tried the doorman. Let's knock on the other neighbors' doors. Let's start by the checking on the apartments right to either side of her. Yeah, let's go right to the other side of her, which I already wrote down. 18247, page 18. Uma Rafaela Kozlova. A lot of Russians here in Greenwich Village. If you have circled marker T1, which we have, 67015. Otherwise, we're supposed to go back to the 67105. 7015. So it's 11. We went to 18247, which directed us to 67015. 30 minutes. Now 11:30. Miss Kozlova is a pretty brunette. She only wears a bathrobe and a towel turban on her head. Sometimes there are perks to this job. You try not to stare, at least not too obviously. Miss Kozlova, I'm Detective Lucas. I just wanted to ask you about the Morgans. She smiles at you. Well, hello, Detective. What about the Morgans? Did that drunk bastard finally get arrested? Not exactly. Miss Morgan died last night. The woman's mischievous smile abruptly disappears and her face turns deathly pale. Died? What do you mean, died? I just talked to her yesterday afternoon. Oh my God. Did Zachary find out? She steps back to her kitchen and falls onto a chair. You go inside after her and pour her a glass of water. Miss Kozlova, could you tell me what happened yesterday afternoon? She sips some water, then starts talking. Her voice is shaky. I knew Amy was unhappy. Everyone knew that. Her husband was a drunk and a violent one at that. Amy often came to me crying after he abused her. I told her to leave him, but she always said she had no place to go. But then 2 months ago, she told me she met someone. She looked happy for the first time since I knew her. He too was married, so they had to keep their relationship secret for a while. But Amy was certain he was leaving his wife for her, so she could finally leave Zachary as well. I warned her not to get her hopes up. Because these married men, they always say they are leaving their wives, but it rarely happens. She was very offended by that and said I didn't know what I was talking about. We didn't speak after that. But yesterday afternoon, she came by to borrow a makeup bag. She said she finally decided to leave Zachary. So she started packing, but she couldn't find a proper bag to put her stuff in. Oh, God, she really left Zachary's this time, so he killed her, right? She looks horrified. You think her husband shot Mrs. Morgan? You say, matter-of-factly. What? You mean she was shot? Oh, my God. She looks like she's going to be sick or faint. I think I need to lie down now, Detective. I'm really sorry, Miss Kozlova. Thanks for your help. Circle marker R1. Okay, R1 is circled. We learned this guy's name now. It's Zachary. But we also learned something very interesting. Right? She says Amy Morgan met someone 2 months prior, also married, said leaving his wife. Now that is interesting. Secret relationship. Two months ago, she met someone. 2 months ago would be around November 15th. Anna says that Peter Kwiatkowski was from Case 1. He was the museum guard. I did not remember that. Okay, let's go to our next neighbor. That was 1B. Next neighbor is 80854. Okay, Gerald Best in 1D. So it's now 11:30. 80854 takes us to 29626. Another 30 minutes. It's now noon. Mr. Best is a big mountain of a fellow with muscled arms. Seems like his only girl is Bessie, if one can believe his tattoos. You can hear a child crying in the background when he opens the door. When you ask about his neighbors, the Morgans, he starts shaking his head. Morgan's a total scumbag. Nobody should hit a woman, ever. I'm a peaceful guy, but sometimes when I saw Amy with those bruises, I considered giving Zachary a bit of his own medicine. Like yesterday evening. It was an especially bad fight. Morgan was bellowing something about not wanting his wife whoring herself in that school anymore. I heard chairs falling and Amy crying, so I was about to step in. But when I opened my door, I saw Amy running away toward the exit. She shouted back, "I'll leave you, I swear. You won't see me again, you bastard," or something like that. And when was that? But at that moment, a woman's voice calls, "Jerry, what have you been doing for so long? Little G is very fussy today. Come and help me already." Could that be Bessie, you wonder? Just a moment, baby. Now, what were you asking, Detective? When did Mrs. Morgan leave? Jerry, I'm not kidding. I really need help here. Baby's cry becomes even louder. Coming, baby. Around 11 o'clock, I think. Jerry! The woman's shrieking now. Best looks at you apologetically, nods, and shuts the door. And then it says circle marker G1. Okay, so we've got timeline information, which maybe we need to have a new card for. Amy Morgan runs from home at around 11 p.m., he said. Found dead 7:30. Okay, so 11 p.m. That's consistent with the rest of the timeline. Continuing talking to the neighbors. We've now talked to the neighbor on the left and the right, and now we've got up doorman, and now we've got 4 more upstairs neighbors who hear the screaming. 86638. Eight six six three eight. Page 51. Marker T1 67666. 7666 on page 43. Okay, here's Paula Ilona Belskaya, another ethnic, another Russian in Greenwich Village. This apartment building is where the Russians live. 30 minutes. It's now 12:30. You almost recoil when the hideous, fat, wart-covered old crone opens the door. She's holding an equally disgusting cat in her lap. You hate cats. And ugly old women. No surprises there. When you ask about the Morgans, her eyes light up. So, the manager finally took my complaints seriously. I told him at least a dozen times to call the cops on those two. And he finally did it. Good, good, good. One could not sleep when they were making all that ruckus. I felt bad for her, of course. That drunk good-for-nothing. Morgan was a real mean to her. Last night was especially bad. I woke up because they were shouting very loudly. They were throwing furniture as well, I think. My little Fluffy got scared and started meowing loudly, poor darling. And when was that? I don't know. I go to bed at 10. It was definitely later than that. Circle marker I1. Okay. She goes to bed at 10 after that. Well, we already know it's at 11, so that woman was of no use to us. Okay. 12:30. Who's next? Three 1810. Three 1810 is on page 25. You try knocking a few times, but nothing. Looks like no one's at home. No time passed for that. 21641, page 22. If you have marker T1, that's talking to the doorman. 641 68386. 68386, page 44. 68386. Here we are. Wait, what's happened here? Ah. I don't know how that happened. Okay, Susanna Ulrika. Continued. That was the, I see. Okay, yes, that was because we had to talk to doorman. Mrs. Samant is a tiny old woman with fluffy white hair and a big smile. Yes, dear. Mrs. Samant, I'm Detective Lucas. I wanted to ask you about the Morgans from apartment 1C. You want to see? What's that? Talk louder, dear. I can't hear you. I'm Detective Lucas. Lucas? Lucas, never mind. I wanted to ask you about the Morgans. My organs? No, I don't want to donate my organs. What an impudence. Are you one of my daughter's doctor friends? I told her many times. I want to stand in front of my maker when my hour comes, with all my organs intact, thank you very much. So, you're out of luck, young man. She shuts the door in your flabbergasted face. Mark, or you too? Okay. So that's not about any help, but we are being comprehensive. We've got one more neighbor. I don't know how this neighbor is going to be very useful to us. 2708, and that was, I guess we didn't pass time on that, or I'm forgetting, but okay, 32708. Let's see that. It's on page 26. 55045. 55045. Let's knock on that door, page 37. Okay, so here is Peter. This was the guard from case 1. The young museum guard, 30 minutes. It's now 1 p.m. The young museum guard is wearing pajamas. His throat is wrapped in a scarf. His eyes and nose are red. He looks surprised to see you. Detective? Sorry, I've got the flu. Is there something wrong with the paintings again? You cautiously take a step back. No, nothing's wrong with the paintings this time. I wanted to ask about the Morgans from 1C. Did you hear their fights? The Morgans? Yeah, I heard their fights. They were very loud. Poor Mrs. Morgan. I feel really bad for her. Mr. Morgan drinks a lot. Yeah, but you should go back to bed now. Yeah, I think you're right. Goodbye, detective. Okay, so this was just a run-in with the guard from the previous case. We're told to circle marker P1. That's just so Anna can make sure we are being thorough here. It's now 1 p.m. We've met with everyone in the building. That's chewed up a couple hours. I guess that's the life of a detective. We did learn where he worked, right? And that's the brewery on Washington Place in GV. But before we start going there, let's not forget that there were places we wanted to go. The Willoughby is open now. From 1 to 5, though, I guess we're in no rush. Marker U1, not U2. Did I circle U2? E1. Previously, I circled U2. Instead, I should have circled U1. Okay, thank you. Not sure how that happened. Let's just make sure. 638. 8386. U1, okay. And we're sure that I didn't get U2 elsewhere, right? I'm just going to put a little dots under U2 in case we find something asking us if we circled it. Okay, so we could try to find Zachary at the brewery, or we could, I suppose on our to-do list, we should also be looking for a Finley, right? If we're going to try to find the collector, but it does seem like It feels like we should chase down Zachary Morganweed as much as we can. I wonder if we shouldn't get that gun to the lab ourselves, though. Let me just look up police labs just to see if there is police labs 95. I just want to see, just because if it takes them a while to analyze it, I'd rather get them started on it. So arson, autopsy, ballistics and firearms. I just want to check this out. 62753. 62753. No entry. All right, so it'll take care of itself. All right, so Jonathan agrees. Let's go chase down Zachary since we've invested so much time and because he might flee town. So we want a brewery on Washington Place. Let's see what we've got. So if we look up the yellow pages, we don't have an entry for brewery. Do we have an entry in how to find it? Yes, breweries. The factories, industrial, and manufacturing. So factories, industrial, and manufacturing is page 50. Got a couple pages of it, but we know it's a brewery. So let's just look for breweries in Greenwich, on Washington Place. So here's one on Yorkville, way uptown. Felt, laundry, processing, safety, razors, research plants, Barbell's Brewery on Lexington, in Italian Harlem, way uptown. Here is brewery in Fort Tryon District, way uptown. Brown's Independent Brewery, Yorkville, again, another German neighborhood, lots of breweries. Washington Place in Greenwich Village, there it is, Colonial Ale Brewing Company. On Washington Place, 20380. GB61, are we curious where that is? Colonial Brewery. Colonial Ale Brewing Company on the 61 block. Right in here somewhere. And that their apartment building was in 74 somewhere, so right nearby he works. Okay, 20380. 20380 on page 21. 1 p.m. now. Colonial Ale Brewing Company, 30 minutes. It's 1:30 now. The office manager of the company greets you. He's surprised to hear you want to speak with Zachary Morgan. Morgan? He's a reliable worker. Why are you looking for him? Reliable? Guess he's not drinking during work hours? You look at the manager surprised. No, detective, of course he's not drinking, otherwise he wouldn't be working here anymore. We have a very strict sobriety policy, which is understandable given that we brew ale, but you didn't answer my question, detective. Why are you looking for him? Mrs. Morgan Had an accident. I need to speak with her husband. Oh, I see. That's all right, I guess. Take a seat, Detective. I'll call Mr. Morgan here so you could talk undisturbed. That's interesting. Are we going to get to speak with him? The office manager looks concerned when he returns a few minutes later. I'm sorry, Detective. Apparently Morgan felt ill this morning and went home. I should have been informed about this at once, of course. Very irregular. I don't know what to think about this. As I said, Morgan seemed reliable, before today, that is. Can I speak to someone who saw Mr. Morgan today? Yeah, of course. He steps out of the door and shouts down to the brewing hall. Corrigan, come up. Steps back into the office. This is his fellow co-worker who talked to him. A man in overalls steps inside a few minutes later, looking uncomfortable. Yeah, boss? Tell Detective Morgan what you just told me. Tell the detective what you just told me about Morgan. What do you mean, boss? He asks, confused. You take over. Mr. Corrigan, was it? Did you see Zachary Morgan today? Yeah, I told the boss already. Morgan said he was feeling ill or something. How did he seem? But the boob just beams at you. Sad? Frightened? Usual? He just shrugs. Dunno. Usual, I guess. Yeah, no point in drilling him further. You thank the two men for their help and leave. Circle marker B1. That was weird. Huh. Said he was feeling ill. What's this about? He's like, tell him what you told me. What do you mean? Did you see him today? He said he was feeling ill or something. How'd he seem? And the guy doesn't even answer. Usual, I guess. Huh, that's weird. Okay, marker B1. I'm not sure what that's about. But he came into work the next morning and then left feeling ill. That's odd, right? Like, if you killed your wife, you either are not going into work or you're going into work and pretending nothing happened. It'd be very weird to go in for half a day, but maybe that's not right. Maybe you go in, your plan is to pretend nothing happened. You get in, you start working, and you start like panicking and feeling sick. And then you have to leave. But maybe high stress. I'd be more inclined to go to a bar. Jonathan is saying any drugstores. I mean, I guess if he really is sick, but isn't it more likely that he's off the wagon? Like maybe he hasn't been drinking for a while and now he's gone off the wagon. I'd be more inclined to think he went to a bar. But that was weird. So the brewery, GV61. I mean, we could look for a drugstore if he's feeling ill. I'd be more likely that he'd be going drinking, though. Let's see. Let's visit a couple bars. And then we might call this a dead lead for now. But let's try bars. I mean, drugstore seems less likely to me than a bar. There's a lot of bars, though. Here's a page of bars. Here. I guess there's not that many. They're looking for a bar in Greenwich Village, though. Cafe Dante Bar, GV 109. Guess let's just make a list of these. GV bars. 82751. Cedar Tavern. 78703. This is at 46. This is at 109. Chumley's Bar at 85. 82355. Here's another one, Employees Only Bar on Hudson Street, 64. That sounds promising. 83776. Sorry, 3736. Is that on the same block as his apartment building? Or no, 74 was his apartment building, not 64, but still very close. Let's see if there's any more Greenwich Village bars. Here's Julius's bar. Now that's interesting. The same bar from before, from our first case. $2095. That is awfully interesting. Here's another one. Scratching Post on Bedford Street, 63948. Stonewall Inn, 49. 93. 52537. A lot of bars in Greenwich Village. If we were in another neighborhood, there'd be less. Okay, but two really jump out. One is right next to his apartment. I guess this one would be pretty close to his apartment too. And where was the brewery? Brewery was on 61. Brewery's on 61. He lives in 74. And we've got a bar that's across the street from his house. That's high priority. $85 is right across the street from his house this way. So these are of high priority. And then this one was the Julius Bar, where our previous case is. So these three seem like our likely things. So let's see how we do there. If you had to guess, surely we want to go to Julius's bar anyway. So let's hit that one first. 52095. 95 Julius Bar. $2095.34. I'm not going to check those other bars, obviously. We just wrote them down. We're just going to check these three. Julius's bar, 30 minutes. It's now 2 p.m. Jimmy isn't in his usual place. Strange. What is that lowlife up to? Maybe you should try other local bars. Okay, so that's our Julius bar. Let's try these two across the street from him. And Anna says Cafe Dante was in our other case as well. I do remember that. Cafe Dante is the 82751, so maybe we'll put that one on our list too. Okay, let's try the two across the street from Zachary's house. 82355. 82355 is not in our list. 83736. 83736 is not in our list. So I guess we're going to check Cafe Dante because it's in our previous case, but I would be a little bit concerned about players remembering these things. So if I was making a note to Anna, I might have a list at the beginning of the cases of important places from before. Okay, but let's try 82751. That's not there either. Okay, it's a little bit troubling. Why is it troubling? It's troubling because we've gone to the bars across the street from him and the bars across the street from the I suppose if the brewery is at 61, 49 is close to the brewery. We could check that one. 52537. Looks like we might hit that one. 52537. So we got a hit on a bar. Stonewall Inn, a bar adjacent to the brewery. If you're looking for Jimmy, go to 75876. That's our normal bar that we've no 78576. Okay, I'm getting a little confused. I gotta be careful here. Let's slow down a minute. I'm getting a little overwhelmed here. You tried to look up guns in the research guide. When I wrote the case, there was a license and permits for firearms in the research guide there. Okay, so I'm going to put that on our thing here. 81439. And then let's talk about the bars for a second because I'm a little bit flustered. Let me just make sure. It's not a big thing, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. So we've got an alcoholic, Zachary Morgan. We've been trying to find the bar he might have gone to adjacent to his work or his house. So we went to his normal bar. We got told maybe you should try the other local bars. And then we've tried the Stonewall Inn because it's near the brewery. And the reason I'm a little bit thrown off is because I assume that this is just to make sure we're not accidentally coming here for Jimmy, because this is going to be our guy. So we're going to want to go here. The reason this line is throwing me is because it almost sounds like if you're looking for Jimmy, it should be telling us to go to his bar. But I think it's just saying, like, if you're looking for Jimmy, go read this entry. So it's fine. It's not a bug. I'm just confused. If this is just going to say, like, why are you looking for Jimmy here? Then I think it would be better for it to say, if you're looking for Jimmy, check Julius' bar where he normally is. But let's go read this and make sure. I mean, if this is going to have us find Jimmy, it's a little weird. 75876. Yeah, it's just saying Jimmy isn't here. I guess I might suggest to Anna that this would be a little less confusing if it just said, if you're looking for Jimmy, his normal hangout is Julia's bar and he's not here. There's no reason to send us somewhere else. But okay, we know who we're looking for. We're looking for Zachary, so we're on this path. We have circled B1 and we have circled T1. So we're going to go here 41084, but I want to make sure I write it here. So it's 2 p.m. We went to Stonewall, which is 52537, and it is sending us to 41084. So yeah, the only thing I would suggest is to make this lead say, if you're looking for Jimmy, he's not here. I don't think there's any reason to jump to a hidden place. Or make it so we walk in, we ask about Jimmy, and we're told he's not here. Okay, not a big deal. 41084. Okay, we had a nice big lead. Half an hour. Now 2:30. We found him. You find Morgan drinking at the bar. His once handsome face is red and puffy. Zachary Morgan. Yeah. He looks at you for a moment with a vacant expression, then turns back to his drink. Okay. Anna says, no, stop. What's gone wrong? Go back to the Stonewall Inn. Read it thoroughly. If you're looking for someone else, you've circled B1, and if you have circled marker T1, go to 41084. Did I go to the wrong place? I mean, we have circled both of those things. If you've circled and you've circled 41084, maybe I jumped. Did I go to the wrong place? No, I didn't. Okay, what are we doing wrong, Anna? If you're looking for Jimmy, go here. No. If you're looking for someone else, and you've circled B1, and if you have circled T1, which we have, B1 and T1, What do you think we've done wrong, Anna? All right, where Anna's checking. Break. Might take a break. Yeah, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll find out what's gone wrong. All right, we are back. It sounds like Anna said it was a little bit of a false alarm. Anna says, false alarm. In earlier versions, you needed another marker, but I changed it, so you're good to go. Good job tracking Morgan down so quickly. And Jonathan reminds us that we should do the firearms thing. We could do the firearms first. Let's remember to go visit this guy in the bar and talk to him. Let's discuss, though, the firearms thing. So I do remember changing the firearms entry because it felt like there are too many. So Anna says the lead is still the same, NYPD special. So before it used to be, before in the research guide, I had a whole bunch of police labs with a couple of police places listed. And I decided it was better to just send people to these places. So let's go ahead and look at them. I wonder if I shouldn't combine the labs and special units because it's a little bit easy to miss. But let's see. I looked up for weapons in labs. So I figured ballistics and firearms lab. That's a reasonable place to go to do ballistics, and there was no entry. But perhaps we should not have given up on that because there's going to be another thing, not a lab, but a special unit and office, firearm licenses and permits. So I should have thought about also checking that. 81439, which is the lead Anna was trying. There's a whole bunch others too. Let's look. Fugitive, apprehension, gambling and vice, gang task force, homicide. That's where we work. That's not where we work. That's where Jack Deverell works. Insurance, interagency coordination, internal affairs, missing persons, narcotics. So what I might advise, because this is sort of advanced use, and this is how it should be. Like an advanced user would think to go to firearms licenses and permits and ballistics. And it's okay if those are difficult, as long as a hint would send us here if we need to be here. But maybe if an author came to me and said, I'm writing a case and players should figure out to go to firearm licenses, I might, or looking at this case, I might say, hey, look, even if it's not going to have anything useful, put an entry in the ballistics thing and have this cop tell him to head down to permits and vice versa. So because there are so many offices, special police offices, it might pay if the player guesses one of them that's close but not quite right to send them to the other one. Okay, so let's go ahead and while we're here, go to 81439. I did finally print this out. This is useful because you can circle them on your table of contents printout and you'll remember which ones you went to. So before we read the confrontation with Zachary Morgan, we're going to go to the ballistics that I wanted to go to earlier. Okay, 81439 on page 51. NYPD licenses and permits. If you have circled marker V1, which we have, go to 19367 on 19361 on page 20. You know a guy at the NYPD License and Permits Department, 30 minutes past. It's now 3 p.m. If we want to go to Willoughby's before it closes, we're going to have to go soon. You know a guy at the NYPD License and Permits Department. You show him the revolver you found in Morgan's apartment. It's an M1917, a Smith & Wesson model, 6-shot, 45 ACP, large frame, double action revolver. So you ask him if Zachary Morgan has a permit for such a gun. He looks it up. No, he does not. I guess it's a souvenir from the war. These pistols were adopted by the United States military in 1917, hence their name. Smith & Wesson M1917 is essentially an adaptation of a company's 44 hand ejector second model. Thanks, Tom. I owe you one. Okay, so what have we learned here? We've learned a little bit about this gun that could be useful. So this is Morgan's revolver, page 20. It's a 45 ACP. Does someone know what ACP means? Caliber pistol, auto. It's not an automatic. It's a revolver, 6-shot, double action. That has to do with pulling the trigger. The hammer goes back as you pull the trigger and then fires. ACP. I'm trying to remember what ACP. I don't remember what ACP means. Coated projectile. Anyway, it's a 45, an adaptation of a 45 hand ejector, which would have been an older model, I guess. Smith & Wesson. Okay, well, if we get a ballistics on her tomorrow at the medical examiner, we would at least know if it's the same caliber. And yeah, Zachary Morgan may have served in World War One. Okay. 19361. Let us now go back and confront Zachary Morgan. 41084. We've been searching for Zachary Morgan for a while now. It's kind of exciting that we're going to talk to him. It's now 3:30. We're going to have to go to Willoughby's soon if we want to. Okay, we got a long wait here. You find Morgan drinking at the bar. His once handsome face is red and puffy. Zachary Morgan? Yeah. He looks at you for a moment with a vacant expression, then turns back to his drink. Detective Lucas, need to talk to you about your wife. Amy? Why? He gulps down his whiskey and orders another one. When did you last see her? Last night, I guess. He still seems disinterested. You should try and shake him up a bit. Your wife's dead, Mr. Morgan. That did it. He looks at you confused. What do you mean? She died last night. I'm sorry. The man doesn't react first. Finally shakes his head like he's trying to sober up. How? What? How did Amy die? Was there a traffic accident? Traffic accident? No. Then how? Tell me, goddammit, he shouts now. You feel like decking the guy, but you end up just answering him. She was shot. Shot? The scrawny man almost falls off the stool. You catch him by his arm. Someone shot Amy? What? Why? I don't understand. Yes, Mr. Morgan, someone shot your wife in the school where she was working. The mentioning of the school makes him angry. That damn school, damn it to hell. I told her it wasn't right. I told her it wasn't decent to take her clothes off in front of all those people. But she was saying it was real art or some shit like that. And there was nothing indecent about that. Nothing indecent. Are you kidding me? Suddenly he stops ranting. But do you know who? I mean, who shot her? Was it an accident? He looks almost pleadingly at you. He's pushing this accident idea very hard. I don't know yet. Could you tell me more about your wife? I've heard you fought a lot. He reddened suddenly. Yeah, I have a problem with alcohol. I don't drink when I'm working, but immediately start drinking when I finish there. I can't help it. When I arrive home, I'm usually pretty drunk and don't even remember what happens afterwards most of the time. But I can see the bottles, the broken plates, the torn clothes the next day, even her bruises. It's terrible. I truly hate myself for it. He looks remorseful. Okay, well, what about last night? I think she left me. That's interesting. Is he lying? You think your wife left you? Yeah, I suspected it for a while. She had a lover. It was torture. But when I accused her of being unfaithful to me, it only made things worse. When I arrived at home yesterday, she was packing her suitcase. I said I won't let her leave. So we started fighting again. She ran away in the end without the suitcase. But I knew somehow she wouldn't come back this time. So I drank myself into oblivion. Oh my God. Amy. Amy. It seems the news finally hit him. When did Mrs. Morgan leave yesterday? I don't know. It was late. Can someone confirm the fact that you stayed home after that? Confirm? No, I don't think so. You said you often don't remember what you do when you're drunk. Are you sure you stayed at home last night? Yes. I mean, I think so. Mr. Morgan, do you own a gun? A gun? Why, you're not suggesting that you can't seriously think. It's from the war. I haven't used it since, or at least I don't remember using it. Mr. Morgan, I'm afraid I have to take you into custody. He doesn't protest, he just lowers his head as you walk him out of the bar. Circle marker S1. Okay, that was a pretty cool scene. That was a pretty cool scene. By the way, I suggest if you want to keep good notes, you should keep track of where you get markers in case you need to, in case you think you made a mistake somewhere, you can recreate them. You can retrace them. So I'm going to do that. Okay, that was a pretty cool scene. This guy is drunk, and all of a sudden, it doesn't look so straightforward anymore, does it? He does black out, though, so it wouldn't be crazy, but he is absolutely denying he shot his wife, and he hasn't gone on the run, and what he said has checked out. If that gun hasn't been fired, our case has gotten a lot more tricky. Daniel Taylor has dropped in. Jonathan says, I think you double counted a half hour during some of the confusion. I could be wrong. Okay, so we are going to go back to 3 p.m. And I'll mark here it's now 3 p.m. All right, so I think we've got other leads to track down. We've got the other teachers that didn't show up. I love Jonathan's idea of checking flower shops to find who's buying her the flowers. Do we want to keep looking for Jimmy? I don't think so. Jimmy sent us a note that said this has nothing to do, that he's not involved. I don't see why we would still be looking for Jimmy. But it's an interesting question. I'd say we could put it on our to-do list, but I don't think there's any more reason for us to keep checking bars. What I am more interested in deciding now is whether we want to go to Willoughby's, because we've got time-sensitive places here. We've got a poetry reading at 6:30 today. And we've also got the Willoughby Museum of Art, where our first robberies were. And they're closing in 2 hours. Now you might say, what does this murder have to do? Anna says we had an half hour for the firearms permit. What does the Willoughby Museum have to do with our murder case? But let me remind you that we're also supposed to be researching the collector, who's an art thief, we think. So we don't know if these two cases are going to combine or not, but we're also supposed to be investigating that. So I suggest we go to the Willoughby Museum before it closes. It's only open till 5 p.m. We only got an hour and a half. So are we okay with going to the Willoughby Museum? I'm going to assume you're okay with that and look it up here. Willo. The Willoughby Museum in Hudson Yards, 19224. 19224. This is the Willoughby. I mean, we haven't even started looking for our collector case. Hudson Yards 10. In case we want to see where that is on our map. So this is a little flashback to case 1. Here is the Willoughby Museum in the Hudson Yards neighborhood, kind of a rough neighborhood where the dock workers work. But a nice little small indie museum has popped up. Okay, let's go ahead. Here's a little photo of Hudson Yards. Meatpacking districts and stuff. Okay, 19224. Page 18. Okay, Willoughby Museum of Contemporary Art, 30 minutes. It's now 4 p.m. Looks like we could have come here at any time. There's a big crowd in the Willoughby. Everyone wants to see the new exhibition, it seems. People are hypocrites. You spot Smirnoff near the back wall where the village artist's paintings are hanging again, thanks to you. And there's that young painter who looks like he's 12. I don't know what's going on with this gap here. You motion to Smirnov, indicating you want to speak with him, so he rolls out in his wheelchair from the exhibition hall and follows you to the entrance. Oh, he's in a wheelchair. Ah, detective, the hero who saved our paintings. What can I help you with? You tell him about the model's death. Shot? In the studio? He seemed genuinely shocked. You ask him about the victim. Amy was one of our models at the painting class I teach. She sat for us once a week. I just cannot believe this. You said she's dead? I mean, she received flowers in the last few weeks, which she brought in with her to class and left them there afterwards. I guessed they weren't from her husband, but that's why she couldn't take them home, but still. You ask him about the janitor as well. Jackson? What's he got to do with this? He's just a kid. Just answer the question, Mr. Smirnov, please. He looks uncomfortable and nervous, but answers your question. I met Jackson through Lester Schmidt, who was painting murals for the Willoughby Library at the time. Lester told me about this talented boy who'd fallen on hard times lately. He asked me if I knew of something for the kid to do at our school, and we were looking for a janitor at the time. I said yes. So that's how Jackson got the job, which even came with a tiny room in the basement. The boy was grateful for it. Before that, he lived with his brother, I think. You can ask Lester about it. He's also here. Great, I'll ask Mr. Schmidt. But we're still talking to Smirnoff. Being at the school gave Jackson opportunities to look on in classes when he wasn't working. Not officially, of course, as he could, but as often as he... Not officially, of course. He attended my painting classes as often as he could. I found him very talented. Did Jackson know Mrs. Morgan? Yes, he knew Amy. He attended one or two of the sessions when she was modeling for us, but he was just working on his painting as everyone else did in class. I didn't see them talking or anything. There's no chatting with the models during a session. You thank Smirnoff for his help. If you want to talk to Schmidt, go to 14266. 14266. And that's at 4 p.m. Page 14. Okay, so Is there any clues here we need to write down? No. I mean, Smirnov's in a wheelchair. That's significant. He doesn't seem like he's the shooter. He mentioned Lester Schmidt, but we don't need to write that down because we're going to look it up right now. Okay, another 30 minutes. It's now 4:30 p.m. It takes a few laps of the hall for you to finally spot Lester Schmidt again and motion him to the side. The young man looks frightened. Oh God, I shouldn't have lied about those other offers, should I? But must you arrest me on the opening of the exhibit, detective? All my friends are here and a few potential buyers as well. Real ones this time, I swear. You tell him you didn't come to arrest him, but rather to ask him about Jackson. Jackson Pollock? The kid I recommended to Smirnov? Did he do something? It's Jackson Pollock. The janitor is Jackson Pollock, who's become a very famous painter. And Schmidt is talking about stuff from case one. I do remember that actually this guy did lie about offers to bump up his price of his paintings, and Jonathan is just pointing that out. Schmidt citing about case one. Yes, thank you. Okay, and I've noted your thing about finding Julius. We'll put it on our to-do list. It's certainly not my high priority now, but we'll consider it. Okay, Jackson Pollock, the kid I recommended to Smirnov. Did he do something? Good question. I don't know yet, but I'm trying to find him, and Mr. Smirnov said you might know where I could find his brother. I see. Yes, his brother works at the gas station in the village, if I remember correctly. How do you know Jackson and his brother? Just making a little note for myself here. Well, Jackson was helping me with the murals of the Willoughby's library. He told me he and his brother Charlie came to New York a few years ago. A few years before. But we're having trouble finding jobs for a long time because of the Depression, you see. Then his brother finally got a job at the gas station, and Jackson got the job with me. But it was just a temporary thing, so I told him I would try to talk to my friends and see if they knew about another job opening. That's when Smirnov mentioned the job at the school he's working at. Okay, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. You were a great help. Marker W1. Okay. W1. Okay, gas station in the village. Let's try to track down Jackson. So how are we going to find a gas station in the village? We are going to look in the yellow pages. Gas stations is 55. And let us find a gas station in the village. Here's one, Standard Oil in Greenwich Village. GB70, one. Sorry, let's do it that way. Standard Oil in Greenwich Village, 17607. Let's see if there's any other gas station in the village. Doesn't look like it. Okay, 17607. There it is, route 16. All right, we're looking for Charlie now. It's now 5 o'clock. You spot a blond young man at the gas station helping a customer. He moves like someone with very sound muscles. He's thin, not too tall, maybe 25, and wears average size shoes, maybe size 10. You wait until he's finished. Mr. Charles Pollock, I'm Detective Lucas from the NYPD. I'm looking for your brother, Jackson. I want to ask him a few questions. He looks at you, and there's a directness in his eyes, but the rest of his face is an expressionless mask. What do the police want with my brother? He's a good kid. He didn't do anything illegal, and he works at that artsy school. Did you look for him there? I did. He wasn't there. That's why I'm asking you. If your brother didn't do anything, as you said, there's no harm telling me where to find him. You try to sound nice and engaging. Yeah, that was a mistake. The boy narrows his eyes. I have no idea where he is, Detective. Excuse me, a customer needs my help. And he's on his way to a car that rolled up at the station. At that moment, someone steps out of the office. What seems to be the problem, officer? Asks the middle-aged man. It's Detective Lucas, Mr. I'm the manager, Henry Owens. Nice to meet you, Mr. Owens. Just looking for Charlie's brother, but Charlie says he doesn't know where Jackson is. I see. And why are you looking for Jackson exactly? He doesn't seem the type who makes trouble. Neither of them do. Oh, this is him. I see. And why are you looking for Jackson exactly? He doesn't seem like the type who makes trouble. Neither of them do. They're good kids. Charlie's work is excellent here. Looks like everyone is in love with the Pollock brothers. That alone seems fishy to you. No one's perfect, so why are they trying so hard to seem like good kids in everyone's eyes? You have a feeling this man knows something and you intend to find out what. Look, Mr. Owens, there was a murder last night at the school where Jackson works. I'm not saying he was involved, but the fact that he disappeared makes him suspicious. There's no point in hiding if he's clean. It would be best for him if I could talk to him. The man is hesitating. Just another little push. So you look him directly in the eyes. Look, Mr. Owens, if you want to help the kid, just tell me where he is. The poor guy finally cracks. All right, Detective, although I don't precisely know where he is, but I guess I have a suspicion. I got a little room for the Pollock brothers at my brother-in-law's place when Charlie started to work here, and I learned he and his brother had no place to stay. They were so poor at the time they couldn't even attend their father's funeral in Los Angeles. So I asked around for accommodation for them, and Leslie, my brother-in-law, said they had a little room at Wellner Motors nobody used. I guess you could try there, Detective. Putty in your hands, this one. You're satisfied with yourself when you say your goodbyes. Then the top of the page says circle marker C1, which I will do. And now we will note that we got C1. It's now 5 o'clock. Okay, so we got a name of a place we think Jackson Pollock might be. Brother-in-law Leslie, we don't really care about his name as long as this lead turns out good at Wellner Motives. Wellner Motors. Okay. Let's find Wellner Motors. Martinez Conradi, another author, has come by the channel. We've got cases from Martinez that we need to play as well. Smirnov made it sound like the bouquets didn't show up at the school, but Amy brought them in with her. Huh. I wonder. I'm not sure about that. Let's find Wellner Motors. Then we're going to have to head to that poetry reading if we don't want to miss it. Wellner Motors in Greenwich Village, 59554. 9554. Okay, let's see if we can track down Jackson Pollock. Hiding. Wellner Motors. If you've circled S1, which we have, 70741. All right, here we go. 60 minutes. It's in red because it's not the default time. It's now 6 p.m. So we are going to have to, we've got a poetry reading we want to get to after this. So let's read this. We got a long entry here. All right, here we go. There's a little shack at the back of Wellner Motors. The owner, Mr. Ryan, shows you the way when you tell him that his brother-in-law sent you here. Yeah, first both of the brothers lived here. This little room only has one bed, so when Jackson got a job a few months ago, he moved out. Now only Charlie lives here. A good kid, and talented as well, like his brother. A shame he has to work at the gas station, but we live in difficult times, so I guess he may be glad to have a job at all. Here, let me open the door for you. But when he puts the key in the lock, you hear a shuffling sound from the back of the room. You start running toward the noise. You catch a kid jumping out of the window and grab his arm to stop him. That's good police work. You hear shuffling from inside, you don't wait. You go right around back. He looks terrified. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill her. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have given her the keys, but I didn't kill her. He's almost out of his mind with panic. He tries to tear himself from your grip. Calm down, kid. Stop trying to escape. If you didn't kill her, you have nothing to be afraid of. You hear me? Jackson, stop fighting me. You shake him a bit. Finally, he stops fighting you and starts crying. Oh, God, he's just a boy. It looks like he wears size 10 shoes. So if we want to keep track of everyone with size 10... we have Zachary Morgan. We have both Jackson brothers. I think we had someone else too. Poor Miss Morgan and all that blood. It was terrible. I panicked and ran. I didn't know what else to do, he sobs. Come on, let's go inside. You can tell me what happened. You pull him to his feet and support him back into the room. Mr. Ryan looks at you with an open mouth in complete shock. You're sure the poor guy didn't expect this when he brought you here. Inside the room, there's only one chair, so you sit the kid on it. You pour him a glass of water and press it into his hand. You notice a photograph of Jackson at the bedside table. Although it's hard to recognize the handsome young man in his slobbering, snotty, red-eyed mess whose matted hair hangs in his face. Circle document 8. All right, what is document 8? Documents we already have. We've got a photograph of Jackson Pollock. There's Jackson Pollock. Famous abstract art painter. The boy finally stops sobbing and takes a sip of water. Now, Jackson, tell me everything. You try to look encouraging. You're not sure you succeeded because the kid still looks pretty afraid. Start with how you knew Amy Morgan. He finally takes a deep, big breath, sweeps his hair out of his face nervously, and starts talking. She was a model at Mr. Smirnoff's painting class. Mr. Smirnoff helped me to get the job at the school, and he was very kind and let me sit in on his classes when I had time. It was probably 3 months ago when I first met Mrs. Morgan in a class. But first we didn't talk to each other, of course. You can't talk to the models during class. But one day she called after me at the end of class and asked me if I had a few minutes to talk. To be honest, I didn't, but I said yes to her. I mean, she's a beautiful lady, so how would you say no to her? Poor kid. And what did she want to talk about? You ask, nudging forward his story. Nothing really. She looked at my painting of her and said it was pretty good. Then she asked me if I'm really the janitor and how come I paint here in this class then. So I told her how Mr. Smirnoff got me the job. She seemed very interested and told me she'd like to see my other paintings sometime. So a week later, I waited for her after class and told her I could show her my other paintings if she was still interested. She said yes, so we went to my room in the basement, and I showed her the Poverty and Destitution. Wow, so that's what the other painting depicted. You'd never have guessed it. It looked more like a storm to you. The boy continues. That was the other painting we saw. She looked around in my room and asked about my life. First, I thought she was genuinely interested, but then, and suddenly, looking miserably, stopped. Yeah, but then, you try not sounding too impatient, but still fail. What happened then? Yeah. Then she said, I must be short on money, and given my circumstances, she could help me out. She'd give me money if I'd give her the spare keys to the school. He hangs his head at that point. Yeah, she wasn't really interested in my paintings. So I said no and sent her away, but next week she sought me out again and tried to apologize and said she didn't want to offend me. In the end, I relented and gave her the spare keys, but I never accepted any money for them. He raises his head proudly. Why did she need those keys? You try to sound innocent. You know very well why she needed them, but you were still curious how much this kid really knew. She met someone in the studio, maybe once a week, at night. I didn't eavesdrop, I swear. Sometimes I heard some noises from up there, says Jackson, embarrassed. Who'd she meet? I don't know. I didn't care. I wasn't going to spy on her. But then after a few weeks, I tried asking for the keys back. I was afraid something would happen or someone might ask for them, and I'd be in a jam. She said she'd give them back the next time we met, but then she forgot, so promised to give them back the next week again. Anyway, she never gave them back. And what happened Monday night? His frightened expression returns. I was sleeping when I woke up to some shouting, and then I heard 2 bangs. I jumped out of bed, put on some clothes, and snuck up the stairs. I saw 2 figures at the end of the corridor. They were shuffling toward the entrance. One was pulling the other or something. I didn't see much. It was dark. But they were gone already, out the door. When I saw the dim light coming from the studio, I ran in and saw her on the edge of the bed. I yelled, Mrs. Morgan! Ran to the bed, turned her over. She was staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Oh, God, she was dead, and all that blood. My hands got bloody as well. I panicked. I started running. I ran here to my brother. He starts crying again. I'm sorry, Detective. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have given her the keys, I know. Oh my God, she's dead now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He sobs. You try to calm him down. It's okay, kid. Everything will be okay. Please stop crying. But you'll have to come to the station with me now. You pat his back awkwardly. Ugh, you're awful at this. You'd rather pummel some bad guys than console a sobbing teenager, but at least you found him. Let's focus on the bright side. Circle marker J1. All right, so we got a huge clue finally, huh? So first of all, the size 10 shoe prints seem irrelevant to us now because it's probably the shoe prints of this kid and not the shooter who left before there was blood to step in. But the most interesting clue is here on page 46. Two figures shuffling. First of all, two bangs he hears. So only two gunshots. Both shots hit this woman in the stomach. Two figures. Now shuffling, that's a weird way to describe it. And he says, one pulling the other. Two figures, that's pretty fascinating. Well, the case has gotten a lot more interesting given that it feels like it's not the jealous husband and it's not Jackson Pollock, who's the janitor. But Jonathan, you do have a point. Could it be the husband catching the other cheater in the act? Or maybe the wife catching the husband, her husband cheating with Amy, because we think that Amy's having an affair with a married man. I like this idea. I like the idea that it's the wife has caught her husband cheating with Amy, and the wife has shot Amy, and then the wife and husband are leaving, and the husband's in shock. That's why he needs to be carried away. Yes, I think that's surely going to be our case. And if we can track down the flowers, we can track down the cheating husband, and then we can find his wife. I think I see our future. I like it. I like it a lot. Of course, that doesn't get us the collector. I like it. Okay, it's now 6 p.m. Let me remind you that we do have a poetry reading that I think we want to go to. 6:30 p.m. So we actually still have a half hour to kill, but we might not want to risk missing it. So maybe we head right there. The Greenwich Village Tea Room. Okay, let's find that. Greenwich Village Tea Room. In the yellow, well, you could look it up, tea rooms, but if we know the name, we might as well. Is the name the Greenwich Village Tea Room? Let's see. Yes. The Greenwich Village Tea Room. We can zoom in a little bit more here. Oh, where is our sheet here? Greenwich Village Tea Room. 11926 11926 GVT room, which is where 028, in case we want to see it on the map. All right, so we're heading ourselves to 28, which is here, right on the edge between Hudson Yards and Greenwich Village is the Greenwich Village Tea Room. All right, 1926. Page 12. Okay. If you arrive before 6:30, you're too early. The poetry reading hasn't started yet. Come back later. All right, we're just gonna. It's 6 o'clock. We're just gonna hang out at the bar till 6:30. Let's see. If we had arrived later, we missed it and could have a cup of tea. If we arrive Wednesday, we miss it. So we've got here just in time. One 4927 on page 15. Now look at this. 30 minutes, that makes it 7 p.m. We're almost done with today. Let's see what we got here. The little tea room is packed with all sorts of artsy-fartsy people, students and older professor types, blue stockings, tortured writers. You stick out like a sore thumb. At the front, there's a young woman dressed in black who hands out brochures to the assembled audience. You get one as well. Circle document 13. Tea room. Okay, let's see, what document is that? If you read the brochure about both poets, tick 2 culture marks. Well, surely we're going to do that. So that's our first culture. And let's take a look at this brochure. Here's André Ady, the rebel poet of Hungary. André Ady was a Hungarian poet who helped usher in a new era of Hungarian literature. His poetry is characterized by its rebellious spirit, its exploration of themes like love, death, and faith, and its bold use of imagery and symbolism. He was born in 1877 in Austria-Hungary. He belonged to an impoverished Calvinist noble family. And here we have Adele Brühl, Lida. In August 1903, he met Adele Brühl Diossi, a wealthy married Jewish woman who was living in Paris at the time. Lida, as he called her in his poems, became his muse. His love for her and their visit to Paris helped him to develop his talent. In 1906, he published his book of poetry, Új Versek, New Poems, which is a landmark in literature and marks the birth of modern Hungarian poetry. He published his last book of poetry in 1918 and died in Budapest in 1919. Wow, short life, huh? I guess he didn't die that young, but he didn't get much time with her. Okay, we've got a couple more entries on the back here. Here is Rainer Maria Rilke. Rainer Maria Rilke. Rainer Maria Rilke is considered one of the most lyrically intense German-language poets. His work spans the late 19th and early 20th centuries, bridging the gap between the traditional Romantic era and the rising tide of modernism. Rilke's enduring appeal stems from his ability to capture the complexities of human emotion and the search for meaning in an increasingly uncertain world. He was born René Maria Rilke in 1875 in Prague, then part of Austria-Hungary. And lastly, we have Lou Andreas Salome. Rilke fell in love with the widely traveled and intellectual woman of letters Lou Andreas Salome in 1897 in Munich. He changed his first name from René to Rainer at Salome's urging because she thought that name to be more masculine, forceful, and Germanic. In 1902, Rilke became deeply involved with the sculptor Rodin, who taught him the value of objective observation. He died in 1926 in Switzerland. So one of the wonderful things about Anna's cases is all of the history. And this trilogy in particular has been on education in art and now a little bit of literature. Pretty cool. Okay, so we got ourselves 2 culture marks. And you can see now that we are going to actually get to hear some poetry. So we got our brochure. Suddenly the woman starts clinking a teacup with a teaspoon to catch everyone's attention. She has a very distinctive voice and an interesting accent. Okay, so this is a fairly new feature added to the casebook set of tools. And Anna has got some audio that we can listen to. These are QR codes that could be scanned. If we were reading this in the online version, we would be able to just click this. But I want to scan this to see if it works. I'm a little bit nervous because I got the laptop working, and now I'm going to switch to the tablet here. But let's see if we can get this to work. Let's see if we can convince this. Just when I got the tablet working, now just when I got the laptop working, now I'm going to try to get the tablet back. But what have I done? Used to switch automatically quite well, and now it's not switching automatically. I suppose I could have used my laptop to do it. Where is my little thing? Feels like I am not operating on all cylinders today. What if I turn it? Will that wake it up? No. What if I... No? I don't want to do that. I want to find my thing. There it is. Okay. Let's see if we can convince this to wake up. Good. Okay. So far, so good. Now we are going to need me to be able to hear it, which adds a whole other complication. Let's see if we can do it though. So we're going to test if this QR scanning code actually works by having me scan this. So we're going to bring up the camera. We're going to, let's see if it matters what angle I hold it at. Okay. So this is the woman who's clinked her teacup to capture everyone's attention. Now let's see if we can hear it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the monthly poetry reading of the Greenwich Village Poetry Society. I am Leda Kékesi, Vice President of the Society and owner of this tea room. Today we are reading the poems of 2 contemporary Central European poets,
happened?
My fellow countrymen,
You can hear it, but
the Hungarian Endre Ady, whose muse Leda I was named after, by the way, and the German bohemian poet Rainer Maria Rilke, one of my other favorites. The first two poems I'm about to read will evoke fall, but in very different ways.
Okay, now she's going to read the second poem. Or she's going to read the first poem. That was her intro. Trying to get this so you can see it while we read it without me being in the way.
Hawk Mating on the Fallen Leaves by Andre Oddi. We're on our way. We're going to the fall, screaming, crying, chasing two shellbirds with limp wings. Summer has new rubbers, the new shell wings click, the kissing battles are raging. We are leaving the summer. We will stop somewhere in the fall, with ruffled feathers, in love. This is our last wedding for us. We tear into each other's flesh, and we fall on the autumn debris.
Okay, the audience enthusiastically applauds this reciting. Lita takes a little bow, then continues. And then we have another recording, our third and final recording. This is my little Gen Con playthrough group here. You don't need to see any of these. Okay. Here's our third recording. I'm happy to say that the QR code, well, it was working. Yes, it seems to be working pretty well. Okay, let's see. We're going to now hear Fall Day by Rainer Maria Rilke. I can see my face is in the way here. Okay, Rainer Maria Rilke. This one is here. It looks pretty intense. Okay, let's hear it.
Fall Day by Rainer Maria Rilke. Lord, it is time. This was a very big summer. Lay your shadows over the sundial and let the winds loose on the fields. Command the last fruits to be full. Give them 2 more sunny days. Urge them on to fulfillment and throw the last sweetness into the heavy wine. Who has no house now will never build one. Whoever is alone now will long remain so. Will watch, read, write long letters, and will wander in the streets, here and there, restlessly, when the leaves blow.
Oh, that was pretty nice. I like that poem, actually. Who has no house now will never build one. Whoever is alone now will long remain so. That's pretty intense. And that is Anna reading these, I guess. Okay, pretty cool. More enthusiastic applause. You start wondering what the heck you're doing here. Slip out of the tea room before the next recitation begins. You urgently need to breathe some cigarette smoke after that. Circle marker M1, and if you read the brochure, you'll gain culture points. Okay, so let's give ourselves M1. Okay, that was pretty cool, and Jonathan says, very cool use of audio. I First of all, I really enjoy that. I enjoyed the culture and the history. I mean, if you're making a case set in New York City in Greenwich Village, it feels very natural to have these kinds of moments. That was very cool, and I feel like the tools worked well too. That added something to the case. Okay, let's take our next break. It's 7 o'clock. We've got one more hour until we enter nighttime for day one. There'll be a couple of late night leads maybe we can do, and then we will wrap up for the day and continue day two literally tomorrow. So we still have maybe another hour to go before we finish up, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. YouTube says 11 viewers, 16 likes. It's 7 p.m. in game time here. Day ends at 8. Then we'll be able to do a couple late night leads, and then our day will wrap up. So I suspect this is our last session here. We just had a little intermission listening to some Hungarian poetry. Quite cool. And I think we've got a good theory of this case. Our model, Amy Morgan, is having an affair with a married man. It looks like we're made to believe that her husband, the alcoholic, shot her, but we don't really think that's what's happened. Speaking to the witness, the young Jackson Pollock, who says two people were seen, one sort of shuffling, dragging the other one off. And the idea that the bloody footprint was made by Jackson Pollock, the janitor, who had no involvement. And given that the alcoholic husband seemed genuinely surprised, our new working theory is that Amy Morgan was having an affair with a married man, and we think that the two people seen, one dragging the other away from the scene of the crime, is more likely than not the husband having the affair with Amy and probably his wife, who's probably the shooter. And she's probably broken in on them, discovered them, learned that they were going to run away, shot the adulteress Amy Morgan that her husband was having the affair with, and then has dragged her husband off in shock. Or the husband has dragged the wife, murderer, away in shock. So the question is now, who is this man, the married man and his wife? Now, Jonathan very early came up with a theory that I think is what's going, if I had to guess, I would guess that is going to be the key, which is find a flower shop that's been delivering flowers. But I think before we do the flower shop, it would behoove us to track down the two other potential suspects, because she could be having an affair with everyone, but we do have a little bit of a clue about potential people she could be having an affair with. And that's because there are other teachers at the school who haven't shown up, including two men. No, yes. So in the very beginning of the case, we learned about 3 teachers who haven't shown up. Wilson Smirnov, who we've already talked to, he's in a wheelchair. We've also talked to him at the Willoughbys. But we've got an Edwin Day and an Arthur LeBlanc. And I would like to go to these two first before the flower shop and see where they live and are they married. But I could be talked out. I could be talked into doing the flower shop first. I just feel like this will point us, and then the flower shop is going to be the censure. Like the flower shop is going to say they're from Edwin Day or Arthur LeBlanc. So I kind of want to talk to them first before we go to the flower shop. So if everyone is okay with that, that's what I propose we do. How do we feel about that? Okay, teachers first, Jonathan says. All right, let's look up these two. In the white pages, we want an Edwin Day and an Arthur LeBlanc. So far, I am quite happy with how the printed directories have been to use. I think we've pulled it off. I think the online tools are very easy to use, but you know what? The printed tools are pretty comfortable to use too. Okay, there's our Edwin Day. And I want to write down where these people live too, because we might be looking for a flower shop near Central Park where the school is too. But okay, let's see. Edwin Day. GV25 12991, and then we had an Arthur LeBlanc. There is our Arthur LeBlanc. He's in GV 1971822. And when we're looking for flower shops, we want to look in both Greenwich Village and Bloomingdale, which is the neighborhood of the school. But let's knock on these doors first. Okay, let's take them in order. Edwin Day first. 12991. Page 13. You knock a few times, no one seems to be at home. How could you track Day down? Huh. Okay, well, I have no idea how to track him down. Well, let's put that, let's Let's put that in our track down. Edwin Day. Unless you have an idea, that's going to have to wait. Now, did time pass on that? Yes, 30 minutes. And Edwin Day, so it's now 7:30. Let me just refresh my memory. I don't think he lived in an apartment building, did he? Edwin Day does not live in an apartment building. Okay, so unless we might need to reread where we learned about him. Maybe we're not going to be able to get to him till tomorrow, till he comes into work. Jonathan wonders, might he have been mentioned in the newspaper somewhere? That's an interesting idea. Let's take another look. I mean, it's true, we haven't finished reading the newspaper. So we've got Monroe, divorce, adultery with Mr. Tracy, lawyers, Mark Twain, remembrance. So we never read this article about Edgar Allan Poe's society. Sybil Boyle was president of this society. January 19th, that's in the future. Irwin Hopkins. I always advise people to go for the low-hanging fruit. So we don't have to follow up with Edwin Day yet. So unless he jumps out at us, we'll just put him on the back burner for now. Pet peeves. The nicest people are those over 50 who honestly believe the world has not gone to the damnation bow. Shakespeare Fellowship, Irwin Hopkins, Mario's Restaurant. Okay, I don't see anything about... Oh, wait, what? Edwin Day. Since Lawson, Jonathan was right. Jonathan is on point today. Lawson Irwin Hopkins traces his psychic pedigree, if not his physical ancestry, back to Shakespeare. I was not at all surprised to catch the flash of his monocle from a corner of the upper floor of Mario's Restaurant on West 13th Street last Sunday night, where the Shakespeare Fellowship was holding its latest dinner. Hopkins, as usual, had surrounded himself with the best-looking young women present. The ladies, whom I understand were mostly young actresses with ambitions to play Shakespearean roles, seemed to be having as good a time as Edwin Day himself, who also was one of the Merry Table Company. Day has probably coached more rising stars of the theater than any living man, beginning with his 12 years as director of the Yale Dramatic Society. The Shakespeare Fellowship is his most recent inspiration, born last September partly out of his devotion to the dramatic works of the Bard of Avon, and partly out of a demand voiced by all of the actors and managers who are still interested after 300 years in Shakespeare, for more young talent to fill out their companies and develop into their successors in the leading roles. The fellowship certainly got off to a good start. Miss Goldie Janet Asbury, who managed the job of organizing this dinner, tells me they had to stop taking reservations several days before the event, as the capacity of the dining room had been booked by New Year's Day, and his group day reports are drilling several nights a week preparatory to presenting the next of the fellowship's productions, A Midsummer Night's Dream. And here is Edwin Day. Okay, so probably we've got a clue in here somewhere about where to find him, either at Mario's restaurant, or maybe we can look up the Shakespeare Fellowship if that's a society that can be found, or maybe another Shakespeare society know him. Or we could talk to Goldie Asbury. Okay, so we have some leads to track him down, but let's not pull on those threads till we need to. Let's find Arthur LeBlanc first. And Jonathan says, there's a flower shop mentioned in the paper. Flowers for every occasion, Reinhardt's Flower Shop on Bedford Street. Bedford Street sounds very familiar. Who lives on Bedford Street? Was that our school or one of these two people? Let me look this up again. First, let me look up Edwin Day is on 11th Street, and then LeBlanc. Someone is on Bedford Street. LeBlanc is on 12th Street. This is where the online thing would help us a little bit, but let's actually look up Bedford Street in our street guide and see at least what neighborhoods Bedford Street runs through. Bedford Street's in Greenwich Village. So I wonder, Bedford Street, the flower shop, is on the same street as Amy Morgan lives. That's interesting. So if you wanted flowers delivered to her apartment, maybe you would get them there. I'm not sure. We'll check that out. Let's keep going though. Let's look up Arthur LeBlanc. What have I done with my... Here we go. Okay, so Edwin Day we couldn't find, but we're going to keep looking into. Okay, Arthur LeBlanc. Let's do him for 7. I mean, you could argue that if we're going to go to a flower shop, we should go to it before it closes, whereas we could talk to Arthur LeBlanc at night in his house. Rather than at night. Okay, let's hit the flower shop. We'll come back to Arthur LeBlanc in a minute. I want to go to the flower shop before it closes. Let's try this one first. Reinhardt's Flower Shop. I know I said I wanted to talk to the teachers first, but now I'm afraid a store might close. Reinhardt's Flower Shop. Here we have it. GV 965796. Still seems like it would be more likely to be a flower shop near the school. But let's check this one first. Reinhardt flower shop is at GV 90 65796. 5796 at 7:30. This might be our last lead before we have to go to the next evening. 65796 does have an entry on page 41. When you ask about the rose bouquet sent to the art school, Mrs. Reinhardt, the forest lady, smiles at you. Okay, so this... Anyway, okay. When you ask about the rose bouquet sent to the art school, Mrs. Reinhardt, the forest lady, smiles at you. Oh, yes, I remember the gentleman very well. He's been coming here in the last few weeks and sending big bouquets of roses to the school. They were white at first, then yellow, then pink, and this week red. How romantic, don't you think? Romantic, right. You'd better not tell her what happened to the recipient. What about the card? Oh, yes, he always wants us to write, "To my beautiful angel," or "To my lovely Amy," things like that. So you're the one who's writing the cards, not him. Well, yes, I write the cards, or my assistant, if she's the one receiving the order. Okay, so we're not going to be able to look up handwriting. Do you know the man's name, or could you give me a description? He said his name was Mr. Aldridge. He's a tall gentleman with brown hair and glasses. Quite handsome, I have to say. No glasses there. Mr. Aldridge, huh? Aldridge. Tall. Glasses. Brown hair. Handsome. Did you notice his shoes? Size 10, maybe? The lady looks at you strangely. No, detective, I didn't really notice his shoes. Yeah, you didn't think so either. Circle marker F1. Well, is this guy given his real name? That's interesting. Aldridge, huh? F1, we're circling. And 30 minutes went by. So it's now 8 p.m. It's time for the evening. But now, I do think that it is odd. Well, I guess if the guy lives in Greenwich Village, it's not odd. If the person she was having the affair with lives in Greenwich Village, it's not odd. If he doesn't live in Greenwich Village, it would be odd for him ordering flowers in Greenwich Village to send to a school up in Bloomingdale. It feels more likely that he should be calling a Bloomingdale forest. I'm just pointing out. That's something that Anna might want to consider. Okay, but it is the evening, so now we've got a trigger evening. So we don't have a triggered evening event here, the way some cases do. Instead, when we reach 8 p.m., you can follow a maximum of 3 night leads. Now you might ask what the night leads are, but let's look in the chat for a second. After 8 p.m., you can look up night leads only, as the instructions said. So I'm a little unclear about what that means, because there's no entry for night leads. There's no entry for the end of night. So what should we be doing now? Like, I only see a day 2. It says at the top of the lead, night lead. Are you saying that we just have to, that we should be guessing places to go and then we look them up, and if it doesn't say night lead, we don't read it? Is that what you're saying? You can try a lead, places that will be open at night, and if it says night lead, you can read it. Okay, that's a little strange. Um, hmm. So the most likely thing to do, the most likely place to find such a place would be in the newspaper. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we guess what's going to be a night lead. French language is evenings on Friday. It's not a Friday. Oh, here's the Colonial Ale Brewing Company. That's a little hint about that. I suppose we might as well try to find Edwin Day. Previously, what we've seen with late night leads is a special page for late night leads that gives us a choice. Like, you could do this or you could do that. But it feels like, yes, we should probably be Mario's restaurant last Sunday night, where they were holding their latest dinner. I guess we're going to try Mario's. So if we look up Mario's, because we're trying to find Edwin Day. Okay, so let's try Mario's. Mario's Marino. That's not what I want. Mario. Mario's restaurant. 63967. So the idea is we would look this up and see if it specifically says it's a night lead. 63967. It's not. It doesn't say night lead. So I guess we're going to mark this as a return to day 2. Okay, this seems more likely then, but look at this. drilling several nights a week. This is what we want. Organizing the dinner. Capacity of the dining room. Yes. Okay, let's try to find this. We could try to find Goldie Asbury, but can we figure out where she is? She organized the dinner. They had to stop taking reservations. Is this at a different place than Mario's? A restaurant can be a nightly. Consider it one. I will add the nightly title to it. Okay, so Anna's letting us go to the restaurant. 63967. So we're allowed 2 night leads, and this is going to be one of them. 30 minutes. The wait is very helpful when you ask about the fellowship dinner and Mr. Day. His shiny oiled black hair, black mustache, and a strong Italian accent, so strong you suspect it's fake. Oh, yes, Senor Day was here last Sunday with his friends to celebrate the new fellowship. Senora Asbury organized the whole thing. Yes, it was quite an event. Even the papers wrote about it. He seems very proud of that. Do you know where I could find Mr. Day? He works at the art school in Central Park, I think. He's not there. That's why I'm looking for him. Not there? Then he must be in the theater. He's rehearsing the Midsummer Night's Dream. It's in the paper, he beams. Which theater do you mean? The Madison, of course. He looks at you like you're some kind of idiot. You feel an urge to slap him. You suppress it. Thank you, Niccolo, he interjects, the oily fellow. Thank you, Niccolo. Niccolo, what a joke. He's probably called Michael or something. Whatever. Circle N1. Okay, so at the Madison Theater. N1. Okay, let's try to find the Madison Theater. So I'm guessing maybe we could have found the Madison Theater, like it's not mentioned here, A Midsummer Night's Dream. And it's not mentioned, the performance isn't mentioned here that we can remember. So I think before we visit the Madison, well, let's look up the Madison Theater. I guess you could look at theaters in Greenwich Village. Anna says we're allowed to look up 3 nights leads. So I think it's possible that maybe just by looking up theaters in Greenwich Village, we would have stumbled on it. I do want to look up this woman and see Janet as Miss Goldie Janet Asbury. I just want to see if that's a way we could find her. Goldie Asbury is in Greenwich Village, 63124. 3124. Let me just see what that looks like. And then we'll find the theater. 63124. So Asbury she's busy. She didn't hear what he's talking about. Ask the waiters at the restaurant. Okay, so that's what got us to Mario's, which got us to the theater. All right, so let's click that up a half hour, and then this would be our final lead unless we have another one that we need. So the Madison Theater, and there may not be many theaters in Greenwich Village. I mean, maybe some small off-Broadway theaters. But maybe if we just looked at the theaters in Greenwich Village, we would have found the Madison. So what have we got here? We've got the Madison Square Theater 2, which is in Gramercy Park. That's not what we want. Did I read that wrong? Which theater? The Madison. Well, they could be in the Madison Square too. Gramercy Park. I mean, we could certainly try that one. We look at theaters, though. Let's just see. Theaters and playhouses. Let's just look at Greenwich Village. I mean, I'm not sure the Belasco. Cherry Lane Theater. The Fat Black Pussycat. The Hudson Street Playhouse. The Icarus Playhouse. The Provincetown Playhouse. The Roman Playhouse. The Sullivan Street Playhouse. Okay, so he said the Madison. There's no reason it has to be Greenwich Village, so let's check out the Madison. The Madison Square Theater. $52749. Do we have an entry for that? 52749. We sure do. Page 35. Okay, so it doesn't say night lead. I don't know if we're allowed to read it. We did read the Shakespeare Fellowship, but it doesn't say night lead. So I don't know if we should be reading this. Anna, do you have a thought? Should we just call the night, call an end to the night? You can't read the theater. Rehearsals are during the day. Shall we just... We could try the Charles French restaurant, but I'm a little bit at a loss for this nighttime lead mechanic. I'm just thinking of things in the paper. Charles French restaurant is 8-9. I'm just looking up things in the paper, even though they're not related to our case. 89470. 89470. No, no entry for the Charles French restaurant. there were some example night leads in the instructions. Only read night leads from now on. Bars, for example. Maybe we're supposed to be searching for Jimmy. And Anna says there are examples in the intro. Okay, well, I think maybe we'll try to maybe we'll try to find Jimmy. Okay, so night leads after 8 p.m. Going to bars, nightclubs, dance halls, etc. All right, so we tried to find Jimmy at his normal bar. Where is the note from Jimmy that we got? We thought this is from Jimmy. Sniffed around. Turns out job is connected to some dead writer who was mentioned in the paper. Nothing to do with Wilby. That sounds like it's talking about Edgar Allan Poe. Let's look at the Edgar Allan Poe entry again. And then maybe we'll try to find Jimmy. So maybe if Jimmy is talking about this, I wonder if we shouldn't be following this up. Celebrates the author's birth each year with a dinner, but this dinner isn't until January 19th, but we could speak to her. Well, we know where Jimmy normally is, at the Cafe Dante bar. And we checked a bunch of bars. I suppose it could be about Twain as well. He's a dead writer. So we went to Julius Bar and we couldn't find him, but I suppose we did make a list of other bars in Greenwich Village, but we decided we shouldn't exhaustively check them. But we could try to check the rest that we didn't visit. So it looks like we didn't check 78703. We're just going to bars in Greenwich Village. 78703. There is an entry for this bar. Page 49. Look at that. It's a night lead at the Cedar Tavern. Huh. Well, maybe we found Jimmy. We're going to call a night lead of one of the bars that we didn't keep pursuing because we found our quarry. 78703. Okay, so 78703 says if it's after 8519. 58519. I believe this is the only night lead we've actually encountered for real. Don't peek. 58519. 519. Oh, we found Jimmy. Jonathan was right. You find Jimmy at a corner table of the bitter edge. That wasn't really the bitter edge. That was the cedar oak. Might want to make a note of that. Corner table of the bitter edge. 58519. Bitter Edge. I think we're not at the Bitter Edge. I think we're at the Cedar Oak Tavern, or maybe I got that right. Got that wrong. Okay. How come you're not at Julius today, you ask him, seemingly talking to your hands. I was sniffing around for details about Finley's commission, he mumbles in his beer. Any luck? How about a beer first, gumshoe? You grind your teeth together hearing this nickname, but stand up and go to the bar counter for a beer. So, you ask again when you're sitting down with the beer. I fancy right to live there in the village, and this job's personal to the collector or something. Personal? How? Dunno. He shrugs his shoulders. Any word about someone's getting the job yet? Nope. Looks like that's it. Thanks, Jimmy. You leave the beer on the table for him. Circle marker E1. Okay, so we have got a little lead about the connector. Sorry, the collector. And circle E1. Okay, so we got a little bit of a clue about the collector, which is the second half of this case. And what he says is that the collector is interested in someone who lived in the village, we think, and it's personal. So probably we're looking at Mark Twain or Edgar Allan Poe. And we are done with day one. That is enough of our nighttime leads. We did manage to find one. And it is 9 p.m. and we're done with day one. We've been playing for 5 hours now, a little bit more. A very productive day one, at least on our main case, tracking down the murder of Amy Morgan. And we actually got a name, Aldridge. Is that his real name? I have my doubts. I still think Edwin Day seems awfully suspicious. But the guy had glasses. Hard to imagine you're wearing glasses as a disguise when you order flowers. So maybe it's just Aldridge is a totally separate person that Amy Morgan met. Well, you can bet that tomorrow we'll be knocking on Aldridge's door and seeing if we can't find a nervous, shaking wife. Very fun. Love the historical elements. Love the poetry reading. And we also need to look up LeBlanc. Yes, it's true. We haven't looked up LeBlanc either. All right, so we are going to sign off here. And as soon as we do, I will schedule the next session for day 2 of the model at 10 p.m. on Tuesday evening, which is today. It is today. It's in 17 hours. So in 17 hours, that's plenty of time to get a full night's sleep. As long as you have nothing else to do in your life but watch this channel, you should have no problem coordinating your sleep schedule to match it. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 p.m.